Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Harris's policy outline is a summer sale on winter scarves. Trump claimed that Xi Jinping has an OnlyFans. The Middle East powder keg was actually a beer keg, and my grandmother invented AI. Well, Cheeseburger, first thing I want to say is go talk to your grandmother. Get rid of AI. I don't like it. I don't want it. It's I wasn't even going to talk about AI today. I came across a couple articles and I read them and it made me angry. So I looked into more and now we have, I think, like two lawsuits of documents that we might take a look at later on stream relating to that. I haven't read Harris's policy outline yet. It came out today and I was too busy prepping everything else. But I do want to get through that early. I assume it'll be long and all that, not all that interesting, I don't think. I mean, it is Kamala Harris, and we did see her during the CNN interview, and it wasn't particularly noteworthy, is the kind word I'll use, I guess. I would love to see Xi Jinping's OnlyFans though, just on just to be able to, I don't really care about the content. Just it's Xi Jinping's OnlyFans. All right. So I figure we can start off somewhat light and work our way up. Oh shit! My dumbass forgot to move the mic in front of me, and I couldn't tell if any of you guys could hear me because the mic was so far that no one would have heard me. Well, what I said is I haven't read Harris's policy outline just yet. It came out today. Alexa, stop! And I thought I put that on Do Not Disturb. Sorry about that, guys. It came out today, and I haven't had a chance to read it. I would love to see Xi Jinping's OnlyFans, and the Middle East powder keg is not actually a beer keg. We'll see. It might actually just end up being a keg of whiskey. And I'm angry at your grandmother for inventing AI. I fucking hate it. I wasn't even going to talk about AI today until I read an article that made me angry and then made me look into more articles. And now we have like two lawsuits of documents that we're going to have a look at later on stream. So that's entirely thanks to your grandmother that we have to sit and read legal documents. I mean, come on. Uh, how are you, Cheeseburger? Now, I figure we'll start off a bit light and we'll have a look at a clip of Bill Nye the Science Guy from 1998. And let's just watch the clip first, I suppose. Where's my video? So, hold on, give me a second. I don't know why my camera's gone. But the point of this is obviously carbon is pretty important in life and everything else. Come on, where is camera? Video capture. Video. Ah, there we go. It's pretty fucking important. Vote for Kami Law Heiress. I will vote for Kami Law Heiress. I would just vote for Kami Law. You do know I'm a socialist, right, Buster Teal? Oh, right, this is YouTube chat. You don't come up on screen. Oof, you gotta get on Twitch with all the cool kids. Alright, that should be fine now. Now, as I was saying, the idea of this clip here, of Bill Nye the Science Guy talking about how important carbon is being referenced as in 2024, quote, "We've created this wonderful quality of life so many people by burning ancient carbon, ancient swamps, coal, oil, gas. We've just got to stop doing that." Makes sense to me, normal stuff. But the right seems to be insistent that this is some sort of flip-flop on a position that this is some sort of evidence to the fact that carbon is good and climate change isn't real, I guess. Or that, Bill Nye the Science Guy is a liar or something along those lines. Either way, it's pretty fucking stupid and doesn't make sense. Um, I agree. I entirely agree. We should stop doing that. People like Chris Martz here, though, can't understand the distinction of carbon is in everything. We need it to survive. It is part of reality in life and one of the key building blocks of everything. But also, if we put too much of it in the atmosphere, that's not good. There are two positions that seemingly are very simple to understand, but not to people like this, I suppose. Give me a second. Why are you making me sign into a thing that I don't even use? All right. Another bit of miscellaneous stuff. So, federal guidelines on cell phone use in school to be expected soon. Um, Makes sense. I mean, we are in an age where everyone has a phone on them all the time. I imagine that would be a bit difficult in a school setting. I mean, even when I was in high school, we all had our phones and we had our iPod touches and iPhones had come out by the time I was in high school. Um, and people were using them regularly in class. I mean, things have evolved so much so that now you can just easily cheat off your phone. Um, but they were always a distraction. I remember playing games on my phone in the middle of class, sneakily. I don't know. Um, Education needs a complete overhaul, obviously, in the United States specifically. The right wants to just do away with it completely, just cut it out. No more education, or at least public education. Whereas the left doesn't really want to do much. They status quo is good. We should keep things the same. Don't mess up the Department of Education. However, it is kind of messed up. Um, I mean, let's watch this video, and then I want to go into some of my thoughts on school. Oh God, that was loud. Oh, sorry, interrupting. I just did want to say, new wall in the back just dropped, courtesy of a very, 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 very awesome friend, the absolute legend that she is, who did that for me, and I wanted to give her credit. Sorry, interrupting the video, but we'll get right back to it. It just occurred to me because I looked at it and I was like, oh God, I love that wall. I am in favor of that. I mean, there's different levels in which you can do this. You don't have to ban phones entirely. Um, a good policy would be phone lockers that are time locked so that they unlock during free periods or lunch or recess or with like an emergency code in that I don't know administration could know in case there is an emergency for this child and they need to get like a contact on their phone. But also, I mean, parents should be informed. The You really should try and encourage your children to memorize important phone numbers rather than rely on it always being on their phone. In case things happen, maybe you fall into a river because I don't know someone was running away from someone else and then pushed you and you fell into the water and you've broken your leg, but your phone is now soaking wet and you can't call anybody, you don't know your parents' phone number, that's not good. And therefore, you really should encourage kids to know these kinds of things. But when it comes to in school, you don't really need your phone on you often. And in the case of an emergency, I mean, there's bigger issues to worry about than calling somebody at the moment. If there's an emergency in the school that's important enough, I'm sure administration. I mean, we'll see scenarios in which phones can be useful in school as well, because there is a alternative here, and I'm not trying to say like blanket opinion one way or the other. I just do lean towards restriction of cell phones in school. To what extent, though, would need to see more evidence and more information to take a clear stand on that. But to some extent, and I do also think I do also think that federal guidelines are a really good start, as state leaving it up to the states for things like this don't really work doesn't work very well. There can be contradictory rules, and some states have, let's just say, a better legislature than others. Um, Federal guidelines, like a blanket roadmap to follow, and then states can take things from there and build on it if they really want to, is good. But just having a flat guideline is also really good in my opinion. I mean, federal guidelines for education are kind of what, well, I mean, at first, kind of what made American education work so well, and have since been the cause of the decline of American education. So it is a mixed bag here. I'm a big fan of that. Fund more studies. Research is always good. I mean, look, we're going to talk about gun violence later, but obviously, school shootings are kind of an emergency. And in a situation like that, a kid having their phone could be the difference between a parent getting to say goodbye to their child and not, you know? I mean, I hate to put it that way, but it kind of is. We have a lot to go through about that, and I'm not exactly looking forward to it, but it is important and we do need to discuss it. But first, something funny. So earlier today, I had this interaction with Jennifer Zenda over here, which came from, it was a thread regarding something else entirely. It wasn't something else entirely, but we hadn't come to the distinction between sex and gender yet. And it was with a different person. This person started the conversation, and me being me had to explain to them why they're wrong, because they're wrong. Um, what she said is, no, a woman is defined by her chromosomes. A male can never be a female. A man can never be a woman, or vice versa. Trans women aren't women because they're men. You wouldn't need to put the word trans in front of the word woman if they were actually women. Now, this is also a reply to a second tweet. It's just, this is the one in which I used the word cisgender, which is why it got visibility limited. But cisgender is a term that denotes the opposite of trans and has existed for the entire length of time that any research or discussion into gender identity has existed in our modern context. Going back more than a century, I guess I forgot two there, referring to someone as a cisgender woman would not lessen their womanhood. Why would it referring to someone as a trans woman lessen theirs? It's a way of making a distinction, generally at the personal preference of the trans person in question, or one that's forced on them by society and bigots who don't like the existence of trans people. To which I said, why do you care? What people do with their bodies and the way they like to be referred to has no impact on your life. It's unnecessary. You say you're protecting women's spaces, which is the thing she had said earlier, but what you're really doing is harming all women, no matter what space they're inhabiting, by reducing womanhood to that of an incubator for men, which is what it is kind of the base of TERF ideology is that to be a woman, you'd need to be able to make babies, which is just misogyny because there's plenty of women that can't physically produce children, cis or trans. There are a lot of them. And this kind of this it infuriates me that there's so many people. A lot of these too might not even just be bots or just hateful people. A lot of them might just not be able to see that what they're saying is actually misogynist, because there aren't any real TERFs in the world. I mean, maybe there's a couple, like 3 or 4. Maybe Gwyneth Paltrow might be a TERF. I'm not alleging that, but that's the type of person that would actually be a TERF, because feminism is the F in TERF, and their ideology doesn't have any feminism in it. The entire TERF movement is based on the fact that women are baby makers. I mean, that's what all of them believe. That is their base construct of a foundation that they work off of. And it's infuriating, but it's also funny. It's just so stupid. But yes, so Twitter decides that this is hateful conduct. This paragraph right here, for just using the word cisgender. And this is like the beacon of free speech, isn't it, guys? I mean, I'm literally explaining reality here in scientific terms, but no, Elon Musk says this is hate speech. So, what are you gonna do? All right, let's get to it. Let's get to Kamala Harris's plan, her policy plan for the United States. Just give me a second. Grab this. I guess I'm really gonna have to get over the cringing at opportunity economy thing, because it's just not going to go away, it seems. Yeah, we must fight back against biological and evolutionary reality. That really does seem to be what a lot of them, maybe they don't know that that's exactly what they believe, but kinda, yeah. Hey, Dari. It is fighting against reality. I mean, you can't even cite sources to these people because they haven't, to get to the point of an argument or a debate where you're exchanging factual information, there needs to first be some sort of an understanding of this is reality and we're inhabiting the same one. Buster Teal says women erasure is good. We should take words like women and mother is man and father okay out of legal life. Are you a troll, or are you just trying to be funny? Because I genuinely can't tell with that message. But no, we should not do that. I actually, speaking of, we were gonna do the Kamala Harris thing, but that made me think of this, and I want to show you. Where is it? Saw this just a little while ago. Smashballs here, in reply to a picture of 270 to win's prediction of what the electoral map would look like if only women voted, and the 19th Amendment was a mistake, is his reply to this. So, okay, that doesn't answer my question, Buster Teal. Are you trying to be funny, or was what you're saying serious? There's a distinction here that I need to know. Well, as you can see here, it's just, this is horrifying to me that every time I go outside, I go anywhere, and I don't know how many of the men around me think like this. How many of them think of women as objects? How many want to take away rights from women? How many have this much disdain and hatred in their internal world directed towards women? Because a lot, you don't see it outward a lot of the time. But this kind of shit, I mean, this is the ideology that's constantly pushed on men, like via social media, people like Andrew Tate, Manosphere content. It is the vast majority of content geared towards men. Whether you're looking at fitness or gaming, it's misogyny is all encoded into it. So it really is scary to think how many men in any given situation hate me. Like, oh, hey guys, so which one of you am I gonna have to avoid for the rest of the night? Buster Teal, everyone is as vulnerable as everybody else. You're trying to separate people by sex and gender. The real separation is by class. You say you studied anthropology and sociology. Do you understand that it isn't, we are all vulnerable. It isn't just any one group. It's not men or women or children or old people. It's all of us are vulnerable. It's the rich versus everybody else. We are the working class. We are the proletariat, and they are the bourgeoisie. It's really that simple. It's a little cringe for me to use that language because it puts people off, obviously, but I am a socialist, and those are the correct terms to use. The fact that you say you studied sociology, but you're saying that the culture surrounding the idea of women must change because mothers and children's being vulnerable is a myth. My guy, we're all fucking vulnerable. Stop making distinctions that don't actually matter and pay attention to the people who actually we're opposed to, the enemy, the people who want to harm you, the people who harm you continuously every single day. It's the corporate elite, it's the rich. Look, don't try and evolutionary psychology me. I don't care. You touch some grass, talk to women like you're a human being. You can be a socialist without adopting Marxist philosophy. And I don't even really know how I would categorize my philosophy entirely, but it does put off a lot of the average person. And I am trying to grow as a channel, and I don't want to put people off by immediately being like, oh, Polly. I'm saying TERFs as in trans exclusionary radical feminists. That's what TERF stands for. And I'm saying that they aren't real. I'm saying there are like 4 real TERFs in the world because the ideology that TERFs talk about isn't feminism, it's misogyny. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. I really wish I can get YouTube chat on stream. Hold on. Maybe I can. Do it this way. Not exactly what I wanted, but it will do, obviously. Back to live chat. So this is what Buster Teal's claims are for everyone to see. And like I said, TERFs aren't real. They're not. J.K. Rowling is not a TERF. She just hates herself and hates men and applies that to trans people because they're an easy target, I guess. I don't know. It's all brain rot fucking nonsense, okay? This is all a distraction from actual problems in the world, which affect us all, and are problems by virtue of economic class. Yeah. Now, speaking of economic class, let's get to some important stuff here. Like, oh my god, here we go. Women in pregnant moments. What the fuck are you talking about? All right, no, you know what? You are going into timeout. That was that was a bit unhinged. Please go think about what you said and why you're getting this time out before you come back. Jesus Christ. Oh, it deletes them all. I didn't mean to delete them all. I just thought it was gonna be a timeout. Oh, okay. Well, it is what it is. Opportunity economy and lower costs for families. Vice President Harris. Okay, I'm not gonna read all of the preamble of buttering her up as, you know, she's working class. She's not. But let's just actually see what she has to say. She'll fight to cut taxes for more than 100 million working and middle class Americans while lowering the cost of everyday needs like healthcare, housing, and groceries. She will bring together organized labor, workers, small business owners, entrepreneurs. All of this sounds nice. Let's see what the actual policy is. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz believe that strong working families deserve a break. That's why under their plan, more than 100, we already read that. They'll do this by restoring 2 tax cuts designed to help middle class and working Americans, the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. Through these 2 programs, millions of Americans get to keep their hard-earned income, or more of it rather. They will expand the child tax credit to provide $6,000 tax cut to families with newborn children. They believe no child in America should live in poverty, and these actions would have a historic impact. That is very good, especially raising the, expanding the child tax credit rather, is incredibly useful. As again, it wiped out like, well, nearly half of child poverty in the United States. The earned income tax credit, I don't actually know too much about. Let's see what this is. Let's go to the IRS. Helps low to moderate income workers and families get a tax break. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Definitely in favor of those. Now, oh, whoops, I don't actually have this full screen. Unlike Donald Trump, are committed to ensuring no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay more in taxes. This is incredibly not only useful, but good that they're saying as one of the main lies around Kamala Harris's tax policy, or rather economic policy, is that she's going to make you pay more in taxes. And this is just factually untrue, as Donald Trump wants to cut taxes for the wealthy. This is well known. He has said it. No one has denied the fact that he wants to cut taxes for the wealthy. And if you cut taxes from the wealthy, you have to make up for that money somewhere else. Now, if the wealthy are getting the tax cut, it has to come from someone who's not wealthy, obviously. This is good. Not that any of them are going to see it, you know. No one cares about reality or facts anymore, and it's depressing. They believe that we need to chart a new way forward, which is in caps, so clearly that is a marketing thing that they have, by making both our tax system fair and prioritizing investment and innovation. They will ensure that the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations pay their fair share so that we can take action to build up the middle class while reducing the deficit. This includes rolling back Trump's tax credits for the wealthiest Americans, enacting a billionaire minimum tax, which sounds awesome, quadrupling the tax on stock buybacks, and other amazing policies. Well, I wouldn't say amazing, but really good policy. These are all great ideas. Again, there's the, then it comes to actually making a lot of this happen, and how much of it can actually be made to happen is hard to tell. I didn't even realize my cat's there. Hello, Frank. Hi. You want to come say hi? I think you do. Say hi, Franklin. Hi. Okay, here we go. Now, where were we? Yeah. So other reforms to ensure that the very wealthy are playing by the same rules as the middle class. I can't hear on my mouth now. Under her plan, the tax rate on long-term capital gains for those earning $1 million or more will be 28%, because when the government encourages investment, it leads to broad-based economic growth and creates jobs. Yes and no. look, a lot of this is fine. I would think the capital gains tax should be higher, but I'm not an economist. I might be actually wrong on that one. It's not trickle down economics obviously doesn't work, but investment is good. It just really depends on where this money is being invested to, and having a specific legislation that points to where this money can be invested is probably what's needed. We should start taxing flora and fauna. Yeah, we should. My cat really should start paying taxes. Isn't that right, Franklin? The IRS is gonna come for you. Well, not the IRS. That would be the ATO. The ATO is coming for you, Frank. Australian Tax Authority. Oh, by the way, speaking of Australia, guys, I am really, really, really excited. I have finally gotten to apply for Australian citizenship. I have put it all in. I'm waiting for a date to go take my test and the pledge, and I'm really excited. I've almost been here for 6 years now, actually. It'll be 6 years in December. And god damn, it feels nice to be so close to the finish line. Let us know in 5 years when you get it. No, actually, I think it's once you get to actually apply for citizenship, that doesn't take very long. It was the process. It took me 5 years to get to that point. It took me 3 years to be able to get provisional permanent residency, and then another 2 years to get permanent residency, which was this year. Well, actually, it was a little over a year ago. And then a year after that, you can apply for citizenship, which would be, I mean, technically I'm a bit late. It would have been in July. And I've heard it only takes a few months. So we'll see. Hopefully not 5 years, or 5 more years rather. But I was really excited. I wanted to share because it's cool. Good news. I get to be both an American and an Australian citizen. I have to go and renounce my Turkish citizenship, I think. US law says I'm only allowed to have two, whereas Australia says you can have as many as you want. I don't know, it's stupid. I'll find out. I don't know if I actually have to do that or not, but we'll see. I'm not giving up my American citizenship. If I have to pick one, I'll tell you that much. Not for Turkey, at least. Maybe for, like, I don't know, Sweden or Norway. I used to smoke Winnie Blues when I first got here, and I had to switch off of my Marlboro Lights because they were suddenly like $60 instead of the 8 I was paying back home. Ugh, God. I'm glad I quit cigarettes. I got a year through it before I managed to get addicted to vaping, when I went out with some friends. And now I want to, well, because now vapes are just as expensive as ciggies. It's so messed up. The way that Australia is dealing with vapes, I am, it's so stupid. Yeah, well, it's illegal to manufacture and sell them. It's not illegal to possess them in my state. Some states it is illegal to possess them. They really need to fix that. I don't think prohibition has ever worked. All that did when they made vapes illegal was it made people switch to cigarettes, because now everyone that I see is getting cheap, illegal cigarettes under the table, like $15 for a pack of 20 at stores around, around the place that don't look conspicuous at all. If you like, the place you go ask, they have them, and people are switching to that from vaping. So vaping is bad for you. Yes, we know that, but smoking is really bad for you. And yes, chop chop as well. People just buying loose tobacco to smoke. Smoking is bad for you, and vaping is bad for you. Smoking is worse for you. So all they've done by trying to stop people from vaping is encourage people to switch to smoking. They haven't produced any like program that's supposed to help people with nicotine addiction. This whole issue, like the whole reason they made vapes legal, I thought, was because there was like TikToks of young kids using them, which I disagree with. You shouldn't let your young kids vape, obviously. It was like 12-year-old or something, and high schoolers. But after banning them, what did they do? I mean, did they put out a policy that's like, oh, if you're addicted to nicotine, here's like a program, here's some resources, here's some, and that's stupid too. No chemist wants to sell vapes. They sell medicine. They don't want the lineup of eshays and every, like, just tradies, eshays, high schoolers that are pretending to be adults, people who are like gonna go out clubbing. There's so many people that vape. Everyone vapes. The pharmacy is not going to want to stock them because it's a hassle. Especially because a lot of the people that are going to come in are going to be there specifically just for the vape, which makes, like, you can go get perfume and shit at the chemist, I guess, but they're gonna keep it behind the counter. It takes away time from people who are trying to get their meds filled to go get someone a vape when they should just be able to go buy the vape. Oh, okay, so there's specific pharmacies for that are gonna be like one place in every major city that you can go to, and they'll be incredibly over. Why not just let them sell it in servos like cigarettes and just tax them the same? It's stupid. I don't know. Whatever. Well, yeah, okay, before you actually needed a prescription. And no doctor was going you needed a prescription to buy a vape, but the doctors or medical professionals, because you could be like a nurse or whatnot and still write it, had to go take a specific course and get accredited or to be able to write that prescription, and no doctor would, because they would think it's a waste of time. My GP specifically told me, like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I can't be bothered. Um, I mean, that makes sense, I guess. I don't know why anyone under 18 would need a vape enough that it's prescribed to them. I would think that the GP should, I don't know, recommend nicotine patches or gum or, a program to get off of it. Well, yeah, they're already hooked, but they're young. It's much easier to stop doing a bad thing that you're addicted to or a bad habit when you've only recently started it and you're young. I smoked for 12 years before I quit. That wasn't easy. I tried multiple times. It was not, you know, a walk in the park. But if someone got to me like the year that I started smoking, I probably would have stopped. I don't know. Again, it's the Australian government being half useful and half useless, which is just, I guess it's kind of how it works over here. I don't know. Um, so we read this. This was good. Make rent more affordable. How are you going to do this? So she knows that I don't care. Stop glazing yourself every other word. Just put out your goddamn policies. Put forward a comprehensive plan to build 3 million more rental units and homes that are affordable to end a national housing supply crisis in her first term. She will cut red tape to make sure we build more housing faster, penalize firms that hoard available homes, to drive up prices for local home buyers, and will sign legislation to outlaw new forms of price fixing by corporate landlords. I'm in favor of every single one of those points. Great stuff. Again, like when you're looking at a comprehensive plan to build 3 million homes, that's great, but that's going to need to go through Congress, and it's going to get watered down. They're going to add random shit in there. We're going to look at it later. There's a bill to avoid another government shutdown, and they're trying to sneak in voter suppression into that bill so that they have to do it. Well, the Republicans are trying to put voter suppression language and legislation into the bill to stop the government shutdown. It's the same thing that's going to happen here. They're going to try and sabotage everything. We really do need to win the House and the Senate, because if not, all of this doesn't really mean anything. I mean, I guess she can do some stuff by executive order if we only win the presidency, but it'll be pretty bad anyway. So again, go out, vote down ballot, all blue. don't let them get more state legislatures, and try and at least not lose any seats would be nice. Um, I still am really, 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 really hoping that we flip Lauren Boebert's seat. Well, actually, it's not her seat because she moved from. Yeah, so I just want Lauren Boebert to lose. I lived in the district that she's running in, and it's the last poll I saw. I think there was like a 0.4% chance of her winning. We need government cuddle time where they solve their differences. No, we need to arrest everybody taking bribes, get money out of politics, and then put them all in timeout for being corrupt. Um, yeah, I think so too, but I also think that the debate's not going to be all that interesting. I think it's going to be pretty disappointing, I would say. I think they're both going to be on their guard. Well, Trump as much as he can. He's going to say a bunch of dumb shit. He's going to lie a lot. Kamala Harris is going to try and, be educated, knowledgeable, come in with facts, try and call out his lies. Um, we'll see how it goes with the moderator. I've always thought watching these things that if the candidates started calling out the lies and fact checking, the moderators would join in. And that they often just for some reason, feel too awkward to do so without the candidate saying something. That's just like a personal observation of mine. I'm not sure that that's true, but it comes across that way. I don't think there's going to be a whole big bombshell. I think like the media in general wants Kamala Harris to lose. Even the anti-Trump side of the media, like MSNBC generally doesn't like Trump, but they still want Kamala Harris to lose because that would be great for their ratings, and that's all they really care about. Because again, they're corporations and they hate you. I think they need a mass debate I don't think Donald Trump could stand at a podium and talk for 3 or 4 hours. I think Kamala Harris could. That would be a good idea. Although I still think it will devolve into meaningless nothing. If they started calling them out, they would be accused of it's their job. They're moderators, Dari. Their job is to fact check. Like if someone says a lie, the moderator is supposed to say, hey, no, that is untrue. Here is the evidence otherwise, and call them out for it. Why do you think they're there? To just say, okay, it's your turn, Vice President Harris? Is that what you think their job is? Or to just like ask the questions from the audience or something? No, their job is to call out. They're the referee. No, Dari, that's not how a debate works. That's never how a debate has ever worked. I don't know. They're not going to do one. It doesn't matter. And a mass debate with like, who else would you throw in there? I mean, on the Trump side, sure, you can put in a couple of the crazy, like, unhinged people. And you can have, I don't know, like JD Vance and Tim Walz on the stage at the same time. What's that going to do? There's no benefit to it other than entertainment at this point. I don't see very many people having their mind changed by this debate. The undecided voters that are left, which I still cannot fathom, like someone who cares enough about politics to watch the debate, but does not have a like preference already. I guess maybe they'll just see like clips of it on TikTok and decide from there. I think you can't really gauge someone's true ability until you see them in a mass debate. I guess, but what, their debate ability? I don't really care about their debate ability. It's not a formal debate club. It's debate agreed upon. No, Dari, it's a debate between two presidential candidates. It is a formal debate. It is the most formal a debate can be. It is two people trying to be the leader of the country debating each other. Of course it's a formal debate, and of course the moderator's job is to call out lies. That's why every single time it doesn't happen, you see people like blowing up, like, why the fuck is the moderator not doing their job? Do you think all of these people just have a misconstructed version of what a moderator's job is? No. But there's no score. Why would there be a score? This isn't a game. The moderator's job is to tell everyone watching when something is incorrect or, an outright lie. More often than not, in the past, it has been a misspeak or a exaggeration in which the moderator would be like, oh no, actually that percentage is 10 points higher than the one that you mentioned, and all of that. I have watched and done formal debates, Dari. I have. I don't really know where you're getting this from. I genuinely, I don't. I mean, sure, if the debate is agreed upon that there is no moderator, not that there is no moderator, but that there is no moderation, but that would have to be an agreed upon term. The default would be the moderator's job is to act neutral, but also inform people and call out incorrect information. That's the default. Whatever. I'm not going to argue with you. That's fine. You can think whatever you like. Now, as more new homes are built and affordable housing supply increases, that kind of seems like it's this first time $25,000 tax credit is not going to happen in the next year or two. As more new homes are built implies after, a little while. But yes, $25,000 for first-time home buyers it's a great policy. There should be a thing, if you score a 3-point basket, then your words are times 2 points. It's not a game, It's not a game. I mean, it's funny when you say it like that, but a lot of people actually think of this as a game. They're thinking of Democrats and Republicans as if they're watching football, and it's kind of infuriating. Because it's a lot of, like, the world is affected by this. We're America. Okay, sure. So Vice President Harris and Governor Walz know that small businesses, neighborhood shops, high-tech startups, why add that in there? I know why. Are the engines of our economy, just as she did as a senator. Where are you doing? Here we go. Increase access to capital for small businesses and bring venture capital to middle America that have for too long been overlooked. A record of 19 million new business applications, tripling the Small Business Administration's lending to Black-owned businesses, and more than doubling the small dollar lending to Latino and women-owned businesses. She has championed expanding federal contracts for minority-owned businesses. Again, sure, this is all good. Her economic policy is always going to be disappointing to me, but I like parts of this. I don't like that high-tech startups are getting increased access to venture capital. I don't even like venture capital, obviously. As part of her opportunity economy agenda, she has put forward to help small businesses and entrepreneurs, and to also make life both more difficult and condescending for workers. She has set an ambitious goal of 25 million new business applications by the end of her first term through her opportunity economy, over 10 million more than Trump saw during his first term. Cool. To help achieve this, she will expand the startup expense tax deduction for new businesses from $5,000 to $50,000 and take on everyday obstacles and red tape that can make it harder to grow a small business. She will drive venture capital to the venture capital. Fuck you. You know what? Fuck like half of this. Well, really, fuck all of it, but some of it is more needed than the others. Take on bad actors, price gouging stuff. So I don't believe her when she says any of this. Stood up to veterans and students who scammed by for-profit colleges, fought for workers or seniors who were defrauded. She will direct the administration to crack down on anti-competitive practices that let big corporations jack up prices. And okay, so she's talking antitrust here. What are we gonna antitrust law Microsoft again? I mean, Google's going through it right now. I think Microsoft kind of really could. I think maybe Elon Musk should be hit with some antitrust lawsuits, as well. I don't care about any of this because all of it's a small fucking band-aid. She'll go after bad actors who exploit an emergency and rip off consumers, calling for the first ever federal ban on corporate price gouging, which will build an anti-price gouging status already placed in 37 states. Price gouging is a problem, and getting rid of it is fine, but it's like specifically targeting price gouging is like, why not just actually regulate the business? Can she mass? I don't know. I've never seen her in a mass debate. And Trump can mass debate because he was a reality TV star. His job is to talk, like, was always to talk on television. So, like, yes, of course he's good in a public high energy setting in which he has to try and make himself the center of attention. It's exactly what he's good at. Um, Whereas Kamala Harris was an attorney. So a one-on-one is much more her route, you know. Donald Trump might be able to mass debate, but he doesn't really do all that great in one-on-one debates. Not counting the last one with Joe Biden, but you know, generally he hasn't done all that great in his regular debates compared to especially in comparison with the mass ones, and that's because he doesn't know how to do that. But yeah, so price gouging again, just regulate the actual business. Why stop halfway? And put this little band-aid that they're going to find a loop for, you know? Anti-price gouging status, already placed in 37 states. I want to look into that. Hold on. I want to know what this claim is. No, price gouging is not good. Price gouging is when something raises in price naturally for, you know, external reasons, like rice gets more expensive. Price gouging is when the store selling the rice increases the price even more than they need to increase their profit margin. That's what price gouging is. So let's here, hold on. 37 states and Washington, D.C. I want to see what the actual laws in place are. So some of these only apply during emergencies, which again is useless under most cases because they're still doing it. A big thing that caused price gouging, but like COVID was a good one, but the Ukraine war is an example that I like to use because, God, cheeseburger, you're distractingly funny. Um, the Ukraine war is a good example because wheat went up in price, so rice and pasta became more expensive, and all of this, like everywhere in the world, it became more expensive than it needed to be. In Australia, I mean, like Coles and Woolies were making billions and billions of dollars. At least our government actually put systems in place that not only prevent them from being able to do it to that extent, but also punish the corporations for doing it. Um, the liberals love to complain about, you know, labor and what they do for the economy and for the worker, but I mean, labor is pretty good for workers. Um, and just general people. I mean, look, everyone loves to shit on labor, and they're not great. And they are becoming functionally indistinguishable from liberals over time. Doesn't mean you shouldn't vote liberal. I'm sorry, no, you should definitely not vote liberal. Doesn't mean you shouldn't vote labor. Put Green 1, Labor 2. Just do that every time. And I promise you, your life will be better than if the LNP get in. It's just that simple. So again, a lot of these don't apply outside of emergencies. Like I was saying, after the Ukraine war started, pasta and rice became more expensive, and then they stayed more expensive, and then they continuously became more expensive, even though the emergency part of it was sorted out, the supply chain was working again, and yet stores continued to raise their prices. Yes, they did. So I don't have to agree with all of their policies to know that they're better than the liberals. Um, you know, fucking God forbid we replace Alvo with fucking what's his name? God, I hate Peter Dutton. I hate him so much. He's more annoying to me than Donald Trump because he's at least coherent, and so I have to take his words at a more serious note. I can't make fun of them as much in my head while listening to him as I am when I do with Trump, and so he annoys me a lot more. Um, he's also pretty fucking bad. So these price gouging laws that are already in place that she wants to make federal, sure, good. They're not going to do much. That's not true. They've done a decent amount more than just banning vapes. I'm not like incredibly educated on Australian politics, and I'm not going to get into it right now because I'm waiting for my papers. Don't want to piss the government off at this point in time. So I'm not going to go too deeply into Australia until after that point. But like I can't. This is off topic. Let me get back to you with things that they've actually done when I'm done talking about Kamala Harris, because switching countries and it's gonna confuse me. Also, I do need to pee, so I'll be right back. Where's my cat? Frank! I am back. Also, I am gonna link something in chat. Where is it? In the meantime, regarding what. Ooh, that's cool. It's a nice little Friendly Jordies video that I want to watch. Watch this one for some more info on why the Labour Party isn't actually terrible. That should be more useful to you than anything I would say, at least regarding Australian politics specifically. There's lots of good YouTubers that do content specifically about Australia. Watch them; they're good. Now, yeah. So this is stupid. Big Pharma lowering drug prices and capping insulin costs just for seniors, but for all Americans. She'll keep fighting to bring down prescription drug costs. Cool. Again, we should just have public drug companies, because why are we allowing private drug companies to negotiate with the US government on prices as if they are a country and not an entity that is based in, most likely at least, based in the United States and is subject to our laws and is often subsidized and funded by our taxpayer money. Do you know how much money you put into taxes that goes to research and development for, drugs oftentimes with private companies that get to have a trademark on it for X amount of time. They pay the government this much money, all that. We should just have a public system where the government is the one that creates the drugs, and the government is the one that does the research on the drugs, and they sell it to the citizens at cost. That makes sense to me. I don't know. It's like we're not importing all of these meds. I mean, some of them, sure, maybe from Canada, but a lot of the big drug companies are based in America. And that's why I think that it's ridiculous to negotiate with them as if they're a foreign entity, let alone like actually like negotiating as if they're on the same level as the US government. They're not. Fuck them. They're drug companies. And look at what Purdue did. Why after that do we ever trust them? Because it's very clear that corporations only care about profit and will actively go out of their way to maximize that at any cost to human life, at any cost to the people who actually live in the country, the people who are taking their drugs. They don't care. I'm almost over this cold. I'm so excited for it to finally go away. All right, what's next? So far, I don't like much of this at all. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Make Affordable Care Act a right. Oh, sorry, Affordable Care a right, not a privilege, by expanding and strengthening the Affordable Care Act and making permanent the Biden-Harris tax credit enhancements that are lowering healthcare premiums by an average of $800 a year for millions of Americans. Remember, I've done a video on this, the average yearly premium that a single person, like a single American, has to pay per year for their insurance premiums is about $480, I believe. And compare that to what a minimum wage worker who works one full-time job would make in a year, which is about $14,285. So not even enough to pay for just the insurance premium. And remember, in America, it's not just the premium that you have. You also have your out-of-pocket maximum. You have your deductibles. I was talking about the premium. My apologies. It's actually, no, I think the premium was $1,400. The deductible was about $10,000 as well. I think the average might be $6,000. It was $10,000 for families. Either way, it's far too unaffordable, and this $800 a year decrease, sure, is great. It's helpful, but most of medical debt that exists in America is owned, like it's debt from people who have insurance, not from people who don't. And yes, you get it for free. I get it for free because we have Medicare, which they're also trying to stop. I mean, you're aware that they're trying to turn our healthcare system to that of the UK, while they're trying to turn the UK into America, right? There's like a whole pathway that they're attempting to enact with healthcare in this country. Yep. They don't. The government should work for you, and when money is involved in political campaigns, when politicians need to raise funds, or that it even has an impact on what it is that they actually do, it ruins the entirety of government. We have full on legalized bribery in America, and we need to, like, even left, right, Republican, Democrat, MAGA, or me as a socialist, every side of the spectrum agrees that we need to get money out of politics. Yeah, that's true. Look, all of this is not all that difficult to fix. I mean, maybe for Australia, yeah, but a country like America could enact global change. Do you think that if America started leaning towards socialist policies like public healthcare or public drug companies, like state owned, that other countries would not follow suit, because they absolutely would. A lot of countries just don't touch that, because America has a history of cooing you when you try and go socialist. Um, I mean, fuck hedge funds. I want them all to implode. In fact, I would prefer them not to just exist at all. No hedge funds, no venture capital. I don't care. I want to redistribute your wealth to everybody. If you have more than $50 million, I don't want you to have that much money. I just if you can have $50 million, if everyone else has at least $50 million, no one needs that much fucking money. Nothing should cost that much. Our entire economy is based on trying to keep old things currently like feasible. Yeah, 51 mil a day all week. When the inflation goes so high that your currency goes that low. That actually happened in Turkey. This was before I was born, but I learned it from my parents. There was a period of time where they were referring to like 1 lira as 1 million lira, because that's how devalued the currency became. They ended up fixing it, so dropping it so the million off, and making it just 1 lira. But it took years for people to stop calling it, hey, let me get a million in exchange for that. Like when you're getting change at the store or something. I thought it was quite funny. Um, that's the only way you're getting 51 mil a day all week. Cheeseburger. So yeah, again, this is fine. Extending the $35 cap on insulin and $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket costs for seniors to all Americans. Sure, I like that. Again, this is going to need to go through Congress, and that's difficult. Mature economics. Her tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act gave Medicare the power to go toe-to-toe with Big Pharma. She'll accelerate the negotiations to cover more drugs and lower more prices. She also announced that medical debt will be removed from credit reports and helped cancel $7 billion of medical debt for 3 million Americans. That's great. Great start. Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have the screen on. $7 billion of debt erased from 3 million Americans. 155 million Americans have medical debt. That equates to, I think, somewhere in like the $150 billion. Hold on. I am very much pleased to hear that it would be removed from credit reports. According to KFF, as of February, the total amount of medical debt is $220 billion. Let's just look at the full numbers while we're here. What's the full number? 14 million people in the US owe over $1,000 of medical debt, and around 3 million people owe medical debt more than $10,000. I wanted the full list, but it's somewhere in the 100 million Americans. There's a lot of people that have medical debt. $7 billion is nice, but it's a drop in the bucket to 220, and the 3 million Americans of debt is good. I mean, these are baby steps, and this is what we should be expecting. Don't get my disappointment wrong. I am still going to vote for Kamala Harris. I do still support this policy outline. Like, so far, most of the things in here I'm fully in favor of. I just don't think that it's enough. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll be having a different conversation by 2028. I do really think that if Trump was to fully lose this year, and I mean, like, not just lose the election, but not be able to weasel his way up to the Supreme Court and not be able to, I don't know, full on insurrection the Capitol, like, he loses, and I think he'll go away after that. I mean, likely he'll go to prison after that, with the J6 case, but even if, I think the base of MAGA will slowly start to fade away, as I don't think that there's anybody else in their party that could take up the mantle. Can you think of anybody that could replace Trump that MAGA would accept?
Like I've said this before, they tried to primary Trump. DeSantis, Nikki Haley, none of them got more than 20% of the vote, and their party is so broken up that once no, he won't come back if he loses. He's too old too. He's already too old. We're gonna watch a bunch of clips of him in a bit. He's fucking incoherent half the time. I think once he's gone, he's gone. I don't think they have anyone that can replace him. And Vice President Harris has led the administration's efforts to combat maternal mortality. Women nationwide are dying from childbirth at higher rates than in any other developed nation. The vice president called on states to extend Medicaid postpartum coverage from 2 months to 12. Today, 46 states do so, up to just 3 from the administration start. That's pretty good. Oh God, you know what? You're right. They actually might. They would try and make Barron Trump the new Donald. That's exactly what they would do. Oh my God. Uh, she won't let them cut Social Security and Medicare. Great. So, infrastructure law, which was good. I do like investment into infrastructure. The CHIPS and Science Act, I was very much in favor of that. You know what I want? I want 8 years of Kamala Harris that we begrudgingly get through, and then we get 8 years of Tim Walz that we happily accept. Um, that is my good timeline that I can see, that I can hope for. So the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan that has supported more than 60,000 infrastructure projects, spurred more than $900 billion in private sector investments, doubled investments in construction of new manufacturing facilities. All of this is very good. I do still think that our focus on manufacturing is a bit unnecessary. I think we could be focusing more into virtual come like we're America. We don't need the infrastructure stuff is good, and the CHIPS Act is also very good, but I'm not the biggest fan of manufacturing, but it is good. More jobs is still good. I think just we could do it better. The tampon Tim thing, Dari, is so stupid. I It's not only stupid because it's childish, it's like middle school bullshit, but also it's not even factual. And if it was, I would still be in favor of it. We should have tampons in every bathroom, in every school, in every building, I would say. Every bathroom in the nation is now legally required to have tampons. Fine, I don't care. I don't care if they're boys' bathrooms or girls' bathrooms. I don't necessarily think it matters, and that tampon Tim is less of an insult to Tim Walz and more just general misogyny and disdain towards women. I don't trust any couch that JD Vance would give me. I would put that straight to the curb unless I can get some industrial cleaning crew over there. Um, yeah. So this included investing billions to help Americans to accessible, affordable internet after decades of offshoring. Manufacturing is returning to America. Before we get to the manufacturing bit, I think that access to the internet should be a human right. I think, again, we should nationalize this industry as well. At the very least, instead of going, if not going full socialism, critical industry like food production, energy, telecommunications, medicine, all of these need to be nationalized, state owned, working for the people rather than for profit, because all of these are critical industries, and right now all they care about is profit. Whether even at the expense of the U.S. government. Look at Boeing. Look at Boeing. Good example. Boeing used to be known as the arbiter of quality for aircraft. Boeing airplanes were always the highest quality, the best planes in the world, to the point where we contract them for the United States military. Now they get their easy military contracts, and look at what happened to Boeing now. Look how lazy they've gotten, because their profits just have been increasing. They haven't really they've they have a government contract, so they can't really negotiate more from the government every 5 minutes. They can't price gouge the government easily. But they do. They do so in sneaky ways by cutting cost and pretending that they didn't to make profit. This is a thing that Donald Trump did when he was president, where anytime he would travel somewhere, he would stay at a hotel either owned by him or a friend of him, and like when that happened, they would overcharge the rooms for not only him but also for Secret Service. They would add expenses like room service and a whole bunch of other stuff just to bring in the profit. It's estimated that Trump embezzled like $1.5 billion while he was president. Estimated, and again, not been convicted allegedly, but come on. Come on, tell me you don't believe that Donald Trump is the type of person who would embezzle money from the government while he's president. I don't know. So, manufacturing is returning across America from major cities to rural counties, creating good-paying jobs, including union jobs and jobs for those without college degrees. Good. Under the Biden-Harris administration, more than 1.6 million manufacturing and construction jobs have been created, and American workers are rebuilding roads and bridges using materials made in America. Great. Love that. Got it. 3 times more auto jobs per month have been created under their watch than under the Trump administration. We pace, like, the whole reason we care so much about car manufacturing is because historically, we did, and there are, places in the United States where those towns are still, like, the culture is all around that. I mean, Detroit, Motor City was, once the car industry failed, not failed, but declined, Detroit lost a lot of revenue. The city lost a lot of money, and it became like crime went up. It became a difficult place to live. And that was because of the lack of industry. But lots of people in Detroit still think fondly about the auto industry, and that's why we care so much about this. But American-made cars they're not a big export for us. We're not making like bank off. It doesn't matter if we did that or not. It's kind of just appeasing people who nostalgically look back on the past, and sure, whatever. If it makes jobs, it makes jobs. That's fine. Especially because they're generally union jobs too. Yep, it's great. So she'll build on the administration's progress to ensure American industries and workers thrive. Support American leadership in semiconductor, clean energy, AI, and other cutting-edge industries of the future. She'll fight for unions. This administration, the Biden-Harris one that we currently have, has been, I don't know if it's the most pro-labor administration in history, but it's definitely the most pro-labor administration since FDR. I do like a lot of the unions are the backbone of the middle class talk. It's a lot harder to go back on your promises when it's the main one that you're making and you repeat it over and over and over again. I mean, yeah, she'll still go back on some of this, obviously. They're not even like just by choice. A lot of this she just won't be able to do because Republicans will block it. She'll sign landmark pro-union legislation, including the PRO Act, to remove workers who choose, to support workers who choose to organize and bargain, with the Public Service Freedom and Negotiation Act, to make the freedom for public service workers to form unions and the law of the land. Good. I didn't know that public service workers can't form unions right now. That's pretty shit. They should really fix that. During her leadership, unions representing those from the auto workers to truck drivers to care workers won record wage increases amidst record job creation. Sure, Joe Biden did a lot of that. I don't know how much of it Kamala Harris did, because up until she was the nominee, she was pretty much invisible from the administration, but sure. Cool, education. This is important. High quality childcare and preschool for their children. Strengthen public education and training as a pathway to the middle class. She'll continue working to end the unreasonable burden of student loan debt and fight to make higher education more affordable so that college can be a ticket to the middle class. Now here, first of all, I see fight to ensure high quality childcare in preschool doesn't really mean anything. There is no there's nothing meaningful there that would suggest a decrease in the actual cost of sending your kid to childcare or preschool. At least not in that sentence. I do like the strengthen public education and training as a pathway to the middle class. This implies a trade system, something like TAFE. Not that she's going to institute one, but that she's taking seriously that there are a lot of Americans that won't go to college, they'll go to trade school and they'll work a trade instead. And in fact, oftentimes right now, getting a job from trade school is easier and more lucrative than going to university, getting a 4-year degree, and then looking for a job. At the moment, at the very least. So I do like the little tidbit there. I hope that that's what that actually ends up being, because the tradie system, at least in Australia, is good. I do like that TAFE exists as an alternative to uni, and it provides important training for a lot of really important jobs that a lot of people don't think of because, college. Everyone wants to be a doctor or a lawyer. Nobody's thinking about, who's gonna be the electrician. Someone wants to do that job. I'll say this over and over and over again. There is a job for literally every single person on this earth that they will want to do, that they will do willingly, happily. There's one. I don't know. So yeah, that's the high quality childcare and preschool, the pathway to the middle class by training, student loan debt. They've already been doing. They've canceled quite a lot of student loan debt already. I think that needs to continue. Again, I think we should just erase student loan debt, especially because American universities are essentially a scam right now. The education you get sure is good, but you're not. A bachelor degree is essentially equivalent to that of a GED 10 years ago in the United States. And I say a GED because the GED is actually equivalent to that of a high school degree, but nobody sees it as such. In fact, I would argue that the GED test would be more difficult than just sitting in high school and barely passing for most people, but who knows? So Vice President has helped to deliver the largest investment into public education in American history, providing nearly $170 billion in student debt relief to almost 5 million borrowers, deliver record investments in HBCUs, tribal colleges, Hispanic serving institutes, and other minority serving institutions. She helped more students afford college by increasing the maximum Pell Grant award by $900, the largest increase in more than a decade. Investing in community colleges, which are again very important for a lot of people. The bachelor degree sounds hot, does it? What, you just like the idea of having a BA, I guess? I don't know. I'd rather have a PhD. I think that is much more attractive than a bachelor's, but that's just me. She's implemented policies that have led to over 1 million registered apprentices being hired. That's great. And she will do even more to scale that up. I like that. Here's more about childcare. American Rescue Plan, which made historic investments in the care economy. She'll fight to lower the care costs for American families, including expanding high-quality home care services for seniors and people with disabilities, ensuring hardworking families can afford high-quality childcare, all while ensuring care workers are paid a living wage. That sounds nice. I like research, though, Dari. That's why I want a PhD. Well, hypothetically, that one that I would prefer. I don't have any. I don't have a bachelor's. I don't have a master's. I don't have a PhD. I did go to uni and to college in America. I went to Pace for 2 years. It was incredibly expensive and I couldn't afford it. And I did not want to go into huge amounts of debt. And that was, I had a scholarship too that covered, I think, like a third of my cost per year. And it was still far too much. It was more than $40,000 a year. Well, if you prefer being the lecturer, then do this, because this is kind of, I kind of am giving you a lecture right now, aren't I? I mean, here's the PowerPoint up on the screen, and I'm reading the words. Take notes, there will be a quiz. at the end of class today, students. I'm not kidding. I will quiz you. I'm not joking. Take fucking notes. Now you're gonna be like, is this gonna be on the quiz? So lower energy costs and tackling the climate crisis. This is important to see what she's actually gonna do here. Lowering household energy costs, creating what? Okay. The largest investment in climate action in history. These historic work is lowering household energy costs, creating hundreds of thousands of high-quality clean energy jobs, building a thriving clean energy economy, all while ensuring America's energy and security independence will Jesus. All while ensuring America's energy security and independence with record energy production. I'm getting distracted. I think I need more tea. As president, she'll unite the American people to tackle the climate crisis as she builds on this historic work. What is she going to do? Cool. Environmental justice. That's a very vague term. Protects public land and public health. Increase resilience to climate disaster. What do these mean? How are you going to do them? She knows that this meeting is good. There's nothing in here about what she'll actually do. There's no policy. It's just what she believes. That's concerning. You put Trump's there in comparison, which actually I think is a good idea. So Trump will jack up prices for the middle class, cut Social Security and Medicare, eliminate the Department of Education, preschool programs like Head Start, and the Affordable Care Act. Project 2025 would give him unprecedented control. Another handout to billionaire friends and giant corporations. He would increase the cost for families by at least $3,900 a year by slapping a sales tax on everyday goods that are imported. Look, he said today that everyone, God, the tariff stuff. We need to finish this to get to that. Thankfully, we're almost done here. Okay, reproductive rights. Again, we know what this says. Fuck yeah. Give women our bodily autonomy and stop trying to fucking limit reproductive freedom. I mean, they were talking about making contraception illegal not that long ago. These people are fucking batshit crazy. Yeah, he did say that he was proud to have been the cause of the repealing of Roe. Cool. Okay, so this is just like stuff that they've done. As president, she will never allow a national abortion ban to become law, and when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, she will sign it. When the fuck is Congress gonna do that? Well, I mean, maybe if we get a majority in Congress, sure. I think JD Vance and Walsh should jelly wrestle before the debate. Yes, indeed. No argument there. I also think they should be constantly bombarded by the audience. Actually, I don't know if there's an audience. There needs to be an audience for the jelly wrestling, and they all need to be given like a jar of hundreds and thousands, like sprinkles, and to just bombard them while they're doing it with that. That would be fun to watch. Protect civil rights and freedoms. Sure, some of them. Enshrine that voting rights protections, expanding voting by mail and early voting and more. Cool, that's great. The Republicans literally this week announced that they've added voting restrictions to the bill that would prevent the government shutdown. It has to be like rotten tomatoes though, not just like fresh ones. They need to be goopy so they explode when they hit the target of just like tomato everywhere. And it smells gross too because it's old. Make our community safer from gun violence. Let's see what you're actually going to do. Help deliver the largest investment in public safety ever, investing $15 billion in supporting local law enforcement. Okay, I don't give a shit about that. Encourage bipartisan cooperation to pass the first major gun safety law in nearly 30 years, which included record funding to hire, train over 14,000 mental health professionals for school. That is good. That one is very important. Yeah. As the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence, as head of the Office of, Jesus, okay. Take it down a notch. I keep trying to go fast, and that's messing me up every time I try and go. So, as head of the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, she spearheaded policies to expand background checks and close the gun show loophole. Great. I didn't know they actually closed that loophole entirely. I'm not sure that they did, but violent crime is at a 50-year low, with the largest single year drop in murders ever. Still not enough, as we're gonna see with this week's mass shootings that we've had. She'll ban assault weapons and high capacity magazines. Sure, require universal background checks, support red flag laws, keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people. I'm in favor of all of those things. The assault weapon ban could be a bit more specific, worded, but sure. She'll continue to invest funding to law enforcement, including hiring and training officers and people to support them. I think they should be spending that money on social workers. But it is important to build on proven gun violence prevention programs. This is going to piss me off, because as we've established on this channel on multiple occasions, and that I'm pretty tired of saying, there is no issue with the border. This is made up by the Republicans, and the Democrats ceded this to the Republican Party for no fucking reason. So, yeah, the bipartisan border security bill, that would have been fucking awful. I'm glad that didn't pass. The strongest reforms in decades. Yeah. The legislation would have deployed more detection technology to intercept fentanyl and other drugs. That part's fine. Again, most illegal drugs that are coming into the country are coming from American citizens. It's like 96%. Again, if you are a drug cartel leader and you want to smuggle drugs into the United States, and you have two options of a mule to use to smuggle your drugs, who are you going to pick? Are you going to pick the illegal immigrant who is going to try and sneak into the country and will be absolutely scrutinized at every single point? Or are you going to pick the American citizen, the white lady named Kelly who went to Tijuana for the weekend? Are you gonna approach her and see maybe if she'll bring it across, because she's not going to get in as much trouble and she's much less likely to be scrutinized? That is how cartels work. That is how all of this works. No, illegal immigrants aren't bringing drugs into the country. The dolphins too, sure. I think that doesn't really make them all that much money though. You know, they have like submarines, right? Either way, this is all fucked up. Fuck this. Make every Mexican an American citizen today. That's what I want. All of them, every single one, whether they want to or not. You now have dual citizenship just because you live in Mexico. There you go. Problem solved. What are you gonna do about the opioid epidemic? Are you going to fund, people's rehab and detox? Are you gonna open social workers, centers where people can use drugs safely and not die? No, all you're going to do is just keep talking about the border, nothing about the opioid epidemic, where there's still more than 100,000 people a year in America dying every single year. Nothing here except disrupt the flow, which doesn't actually fucking mean anything. There is no disrupting the flow. It's just, so useless. Liberals, man, what are you gonna do? Send the fentanyl into Europe? I'm pretty sure they have their own drugs over there. The Scottish like to do ketamine, and the English are all on coke. The French are all, I don't know, heathens that are doing degenerate things all the time. Based. Except for Macron. He's doing the degenerate things that aren't good all the time. Elon Musk on ketamine. Okay, so here we go. This is we support Israel and fuck Palestine. I haven't read this. I'm just assuming that that's what this is going to say. Oh yeah, sure. We have Korea and China first. Got to make sure that Americans are ready for China to start shit in fucking Taiwan, which I still don't think they're gonna do. Um, Definitely got to keep supporting Ukraine against Russia. That's fine. We like, of course, Kamala Harris will do that. Donald Trump will just let Russia take Ukraine. Here we go. Iran and Iran-backed terrorist groups. Leave Iran the fuck alone. Incentivize them to leave Israel the fuck alone, and we won't have a problem. Iran is not run by crazy people. They're just run by religious nut jobs. Which is fine. You can reason with these people. They don't want massive regional war. They don't want to fight America. They don't want to fight Israel. Just chill the fuck out. Leave them alone. Vice President Harris will stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and she will always ensure Israel has a right to defend itself. Sure, great, lovely. We've heard that a billion times. She's working to end the war in Gaza. No, she's not. The hostages are all dead. There are no hostages fucking left. There's none left. There's none left. The suffering in Gaza. We're also in the West Bank now. What about the suffering in the West Bank? I mean, sure, maybe they have that in their mind too, but that's not going to happen either, Cheeseburger. She and President Biden are working around the clock to make... No, they're fucking not. This is a lie. This is just untrue. Exactly what I said, though, here. Yay, Israel, fuck Palestine is the official position. God damn it. Invest more money into American military. Yay! Because we need that. And support veterans. This one's fine. Yeah, try and fight homelessness, investing in mental health, suicide prevention for veterans. That part I like. I'm all good with that. Look, this policy up until at least the very end, the last few bits, this entire section, keep America safe, secure, and prosperous. I hate almost all of it. I hate that there's nothing about the actually doing about drug addiction. She'll try and reform the Supreme Court, doesn't say how. Yeah, no, it's not going to. It never will. Maybe if this was like 1980. I mean, Turkey said that they wanted to do like they had done for Libya in the past. But again, that was in the past. And that was without like no one wants to intervene in Palestine because that would mean pissing America off. We're not letting anyone intervene in Palestine. Okay. Well, we've gotten through that. Just one moment. I have a couple things that I'm trying to decide what to go through first. Do we want to talk about election interference? Do we want to talk about discourse of election fraud? Do we want to talk about Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson being Nazis? I think we'll start with those two. It's a pretty short amount of stuff there. There's just a few tweets, so we'll start with that. Not reading this whole fucking thing. Don't get me wrong. Just this is so Tucker Carlson did a hour-long fucking chat with his good buddy. What was his name? I don't know, this guy, with his good buddy, this guy, and engaged in a lot of Nazi apologia, revisionism, just some dumb shit. Let's have a look at what they say. So first of all, start off with it was Daryl Cooper was the person Tucker Carlson had a conversation with. Elon Musk very much liked it, obviously, because Elon Musk is a Nazi. Liz Cheney, this is actually pro-Nazi propaganda. Yes, absolutely. Everyone knows that this is just Nazi apology. Wait. Hold on. Because I forgot that he said this here. Is he conflating like modern day UK with Churchill's policy? Do you think Winston Churchill has a oh God, no. Oh, you're gonna make me throw up. He looks like a he would make a good like stuffed punching bag. Like one of those ones that rock back and forth when you hit it. Like he would make a really good one of those. Um no, but is he conflating like what Winston Churchill did policy wise in World War II as it affects modern day England? He is the kid that got bullied in private school. That's why he is that kid. I mean, so is Elon Musk, by the way. Elon Musk is the loser kid in school who got bullied all the time and only was allowed to hang out with the people who were his friends because he helped them bully other people, was rich and bought them stuff, and was like they made fun of him and he went along with it. He is that man. That is Elon. Both in school and as an adult. I don't actually know about what his school life was like, but I would be shocked if it was anything other than that, because that's how he is as an adult. This is so stupid. Okay, so just pure racism. And again, what the fuck does what Winston Churchill had to do? Like, what the fuck is what Winston Churchill did during World War II have to do with the modern day demographics of the UK? World War II is a very long time ago. And this is the guy who said a bunch of Nazi shit that Tucker agreed with. Yeah, Winston Churchill was the chief villain. Which he's not going to do and will never do, just to be clear. Oh, you can't hear the interview. Hold on. Why is it doing that? Did you hear the clip before of like Tucker talking? Shouldn't have any issues there. Hold on. No. Oh, okay, shit. Sorry. I just figured out why and I fixed it. My bad. I knew there was going to be some tech issues today because my fucking mic got unplugged. I thought I had it fixed though. Huh? No, sorry.
Just to take it back.
Let's try it again.
Just to take it back to the first thing I said, and I'll shut up and let you answer. But if Churchill is a hero, how come there are British girls begging for drugs on the street of London? And the place is, it's just London is not majority English now.
Nonsense. A, B, irrelevant, and
I thought
C, just racism for the sake of racism.
Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion.
That Winston Churchill is responsible for the Second World War growing as large as it did. It is not only taking blame off of Nazi Germany, who very clearly was the cause of every part of that war, and trying to put it like Winston Churchill was not a good guy, by the way. Let me make that clear. He was an asshole and a dick, but he certainly wasn't a Nazi. Oops.
I thought Churchill into a position, and Adolf Hitler's chiefly responsible into a position, and an invasion of Poland, responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion of Poland. Germany.
Why?
Look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler's chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941, They launched a war where they were completely
It is a fact that most Americans have no fucking idea what goes on in other countries or how, they work.
unprepared.
I've said this before. I've said it as a joke, and it is a joke. But to the average American, I actually don't know if this is all that much of a joke. To the average American, I think there's only like a few ethnicities. You're either white, black, Chinese, Mexican, or Asian. Sorry, not Asian. I already said Chinese. You're white, black, Mexican, Chinese, or Arab. I think that's how the average American views the world, and I think they coalesce all of the countries to that region into one big country in their mind and don't think about it aside from that.
To deal with the millions and millions of
Absolutely.
prisoners of war.
Not to him. It is absolutely how the schools work here. And look, our schools are, first off, better than Australia's schools statistically. And some of them are quite good. It's the fact that our schools are based off of funding that your public school gets is based off of your property taxes. So poor people get worse education. And that's the issue. Because I got a wonderful education. I was talking about this with an old high school classmate of mine. Kind of sure, but I know 3 people that all went to a very prestigious private school in the city that I live. Like a private school for their whole life, from like kindy all the way to graduation, that cost a yearly tuition equivalent to that of me in university in America. It was like $40,000 a year for these kids' educations. And I asked all 3 of them how many continents there were. One of them said 6 or 7. One of them said 7, and one of them said, "What is a continent?" After which, once explained what a continent was, proceeded to say, "I don't know, maybe 200." I've asked them to name the continents. One of them got 6 out of 7 and forgot Australia, the one that we're on. One of them could not name more than 3. It was like America, didn't realize that there's 2, just the one. Asia and Australia. Actually, I don't think it was Asia. I think it was Antarctica. And then one of them knew it already. These are 3 kids that the equivalent of their education for their entire childhood, their general primary education, the money spent on that altogether is more than it's more than a bachelor's degree in America, and they couldn't name 7 continents. There's issues in education everywhere. That's the thing. I don't really want to spend money on educating people more than the base amount that's needed. Education's expensive, and it doesn't immediately show results. Also, yeah, fucking iPads. I have such a huge issue with not only just like iPad kids, but tech in school, like integrating iPads into class. I don't like that at all. All of these kids that went to that private school, they all had their school iPad. I don't, and like, yes, you can't like play games on them. They're locked, they're monitored. If you do something that you're not supposed to do on the iPad, the school is notified. They are being like monitored by a program, but the screen in between makes it, I don't know, I feel like something about writing information down physically with like a pen and paper leads to greater retention of the information, especially to a generation that's so used to looking at a screen all day. It would function more. Kinda, yeah. I fucking hate smartphones. Honestly, if you switch to a dumb phone, I guarantee you your life will be better and you will be happier. Like instantly, for very like just a significant noticeable amount happier. And I know this because I know other people that have done so, but also I stopped scrolling on most social media. Like I've said this before, I used to spend like hours a day on TikTok. Especially like shortly after the pandemic, I would scroll Facebook, I'd be scrolling Instagram, on Twitter, and I cut all of that off. Not Twitter, I guess. But actually, no, I did cut that off for a long time too, until I got into doing what I'm doing now. I wasn't on Twitter either. The only social media that I used for about a year up until like April of this year was YouTube, and that was just to watch YouTube. I didn't interact any like I'm not the type that comments on people's videos. I was just watching long form content, and not only did my like general quality of life increase because I wasn't spending hours like looking at my phone. I had more time to do other things, but also I was happier. Social media does negatively impact your mental health. Twitter especially. I mean, it's a fucking cesspool. Look at this. I mean, this.
Of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. You have like letters.
This is fucking revisionism. They didn't go into Poland with like no plan and had to throw these people in camps. They were the fucking Nazis and put them in camps because they wanted to.
Fuck Tucker. Tucker sucks.
Yeah.
Fuck Tucker. Tucker sucks.
I thought Churchill was the chief villain.
Fuck Tucker. Tucker sucks.
God, I miss George Carlin. I wish that man was still alive. American hero. Now this is oh no. Just happened. Did everything just crash? Good. Wait, did everything just crash? Is stream still live? Okay, cool. It is. It didn't crash. I was very worried for a second because my screen messed up a bit. Alright. So, as I was saying, this is Tucker Carlson's friend. I think it's Rob Dreher? One of them. Did it crash? Fucking stream's down, really? Oh, you're fucking making... You are very rude. You should never scare me like that on stream, Cheeseburger. I nearly had a heart attack. I know. It's just because I got scared because I don't actually know how I would go about fixing that without having to make it a stream. And I didn't want to do that.
Tucker.
Oh, come on. Go away. And I lost the link. Hold on. Let's get this back. So this is another friend of Tucker Carlson leaning into JQ shit because, Nazis. Hitler tried again and again going on radio broadcast to call for peace. This is a lie. The martyr maid, not this guy. This guy's, I think, not the Nazi. But the Jewish problem, obviously, is just JQ shit. I mean, You are such a fucking troll. I don't. What am I gonna do with you, Cheeseburger? You're gonna keep doing this to me. I should give you a role that like signifies that you are never serious about that crap. It is good trolling energy. I appreciate that much more than the other kind. So let's listen
famously
to,
came out.
Charlie Kirk whinge to Tucker Carlson about why they both are failures at life.
You actually went to Iraq and saw it for yourself.
Yes.
And I might be misremembering this, but there was like some general that told you a story of a mom who died or something. Is that correct?
It was also disgusting.
It was awful. And then that was the beginning of kind of your eyes opening.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not an intellectual or particularly...
We're very, very well aware that Tucker Carlson is not an intellectual.
Wise person, but I try to
Or a wise person.
operate on the level of animal instinct to the extent that I can.
Was he? Well, I need to look that up. I want to know why. Because America's right wing tries to export its speakers to Australia all the fucking time, and Tucker Carlson is right now doing. It's weird that he was in Australia recently because I think he's doing like a pro-Trump tour with a bunch of other Nazis and white supremacists. 2 months ago, he was in Melbourne and spoke for an hour. No, no, I thought about maybe watching it, and then I saw it's an hour long. Yeah, of course, it's a packed stadium show because Australians are a little racist, just a little, just a teeny weeny bit. Don't get mad at me, Australian government, please. This video is not sponsored by Australian government, Canberra. Just a little. I mean, you guys voted no on The Voice, which would have done literally nothing. He came and complained about the ABC criticizing him. Really? Are you that much of a pussy that you're gonna complain about the ABC in Australia criticizing you? They're like the mildest criticism you're ever gonna get, because every other news organization is Murdoch owned. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not necessarily like hateful racism like these people. It's a lack of education a lot of the time, and it's culturally ingrained through like the older generations. I don't know, like young Australians, I rarely meet young Australians that exhibit racist behavior and rhetoric towards Aboriginals, for example, or just general immigrants. But in over 45, yeah. Look, it's not even just not realizing. Yes, Australians like to have a laugh, and often don't think about the gravity of the thing. It's just part of the culture, you know. It's Ash will be right. Like make a joke about it, and that's fine to an extent. If you're just doing that though, and not also actually caring about the issue, then that becomes a problem. Then, again, like I said, it's mainly the older generations I notice here. Men are being radicalized to the right literally everywhere, and that's a huge issue, but that's not like Australia specific. It's because all content on the internet geared towards men is like made specifically to make them more extreme in their views. I don't know. What are you gonna do?
Because I think it's probably a clearer guide to right and wrong than most. And I remember just having a gut level revulsion as this he may have been a full colonel actually, but anyway, he was an officer, and I think the commanding officer at the time where I was. But I remember feeling this revulsion as he told me about this woman, this mother, who'd had her legs blown off and then died that day outside Baghdad, and he was saying this was just such a beautiful sacrifice for freedom or for America or something. And I remember thinking, wait a second, are we allowed to send? First of all, what's a woman doing getting her legs blown off? And so, for sending women to go fight our wars.
So, yeah, women don't belong in the military. This is again just the general misogynistic line of women belong in the house making babies and cooking me food. I've said this before. The average conservative, when they say we need to return to tradition, are talking about they want to live in 1950, where women can't like have their own bank account and they can just, have a housewife that they can beat at will and rape happily, who cannot complain with no consequence. That's what they want. In fact, you know what? I would go as far as to say many of them also would probably want like a teenage housewife. The Republicans are, many of their accusations are admissions of generally. I don't know. During your schooling in the 2000s was 98% white, and the one time a kid from South Africa came in, legit 300 of us followed him around. Good vibes, not bullying, but just like movie star vibes. Yeah, that's fucking uncomfortable for that kid too, I'm sure. But the exposure does make a difference. And I mean, depending on where you live, especially in Australia, you might be in a very rural place, and there is a lot of it's not like segregation, but it's almost like enclave when you go out into rural Australia. Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. That is an issue of there's just not enough incentive for people to not only just like move out to rural areas, but I don't know, people need to move here, you know? We've had a recent spike in immigrants in Australia, but they want to cut that off entirely. I mean, not entirely, mostly. The right wing always loves to complain about immigrants. It's the same no matter where you are. America, Australia, I'm sure they do it in fucking Israel too. I don't know. Yeah, Australia has been shifting. The world really has been shifting towards more inclusivity, which, funny enough, is kind of a byproduct of capitalism. I think without the push from companies that want to make more money, and to make more money, they need to, you know, have more people in rural areas that are, you know, corporations don't like racism, homophobia, misogyny because it limits their customer base. And I think without that added push right now, our social policy may not have like globally may not have evolved as much as it has. Apparently migrants was only thing kept Australia out of recession last quarter. Yeah, it was. And they're still complaining about migrants. Immigration is good. It's very, very good. The main issue that we had in Australia with immigration was that migrants were moving into major cities like Melbourne and Sydney, where already there was a housing crisis because there wasn't enough houses and we weren't building any. And so there was more people looking for houses because the migrants came in, and that drove up housing prices even further. That issue would have been entirely like irrelevant if A, we built more houses, and B, we built stuff outside of like city zones, like rurally, and had people like gave people a reason to go there. I look at the perks like the food. I'm so for it just because of all the dope food that comes in. I agree. Multiculturalism is good. It's great oftentimes. It's good for society. It's good financially. It's good for everybody. It's just not good for people who want everyone to be white. It's kind of it. Those are the only people that really don't like immigration. Economists all agree that immigration is good. Most countries in the world aren't, you know, people aren't fucking and producing babies enough because babies are expensive. So immigration is the only thing that keeps the population from going down for a lot of countries. That's how it is in America, at least. Australia as well. Australia for a really long time had like education tourism as I think it was the only primary export that we had that wasn't a natural resource in like the top 5, and that's slowing down now as well. I hate being a bogan white Oz because I see how stupid they are, but I gotta be friends with them. Hard line to toe. Hey, listen, like, be nice to everybody. I'm in person especially, regardless of how stupid a person is, regardless of how bogan they may sound. As long as they're kind, I have no problem with them. Eshays, honestly, I am a bit more about because they're more likely to just randomly do something crazy and start shit. Like, I went on a bus once and there was an Eshay who just was yelling at people, and just started like calling me a bitch and talking to me while I put headphones in and pretended he wasn't there. Bogans don't often do that. It's the Eshays that do, and I don't know. I don't trust any of them. We're all fucked, mate. We're all fucked. The young generation's fucked because they're all on iPads and their parents aren't paying attention to them. My generation's fucked because they're all depressed and on drugs. And the generation older than me is all fucked because they think that they are entitled to everything being perfect for them, no matter what it is for everyone else, and everything needs to be exactly the way they want. And the one before them, they're not fucked. They're happy. The boomers are happy. If you see them with an adult, it's all good, but if they group by themselves, avoid them for sure. Yeah, I'm not scared of these kids. What are they gonna do? You know what, actually, now that I think about it, it is kind of dangerous to think about, like, not kids specifically, but you can't really physically defend yourself here, too. Because I was gonna say, oh, I'm not scared of these fuckers, like, I'm from America, I'll throw hands. But then I realized, oh, wait, I can't fucking throw hands because, A, they're minors. And then I thought, oh, wait, I couldn't throw hands even if they weren't minors because it would be assault if I hit some, even in your own home. Yeah, fucking, that's nonsense. Where I'm from, if someone comes into my home, trespass, I have the legal right to end their life. Well, not where I'm from, but like places I've lived. And not that I think that that's the right way to go about it. Yeah, but what's proportional force and how do you define it? And how do you define what proportional force was in the middle of a heated moment that there is no recording of in hindsight? Especially if the other person has a contradictory claim. It makes it difficult. You should, like, I like the proportional force. I just think it needs to be defined more clearly. And, like, I do think I should be able to, like, knock someone the fuck out if they come into my house without me allowing them to. Whether it's proportional or not, as long as I'm not, like, killing them, I think I should be allowed to harm them. It's dumb as fuck, has major flaws, but you can't use more force than what's being presented to you. So if they come into my house and don't attack me, but just start picking up my shit, putting it in a bag, and going to walk out, what force can I use? Because there's no force being presented to me, therefore what force can I use back? It is dumb as fuck. I think you should be able to hurt people if they come into your property. You shouldn't be able to kill them. You probably shouldn't be able to maim them either. Like, maiming them, you should probably get in a little bit of trouble depending on the context. Like, you shouldn't just make that legal. But, like, hurting them, yeah. You should not be able to sue me for assault for knocking them the fuck out in my house. Fuck that. That is wrong. I disagree with it entirely. I hate it. I'd prefer the American version of I can end their life than that. And I don't like that either.
That, first of all, that's not.
You know, fuck you, Tucker Carlson. Fuck Tucker. Tucker sucks. Alright. So we went over a bit of this last stream, and I just want to cover some more information that's come out about it since, because Stand Your Ground also has this problem with Zimmerman, but, like, fucker Carlson. Look, the Zimmerman thing was an issue because Stand Your Ground is in and of itself an issue. I'm not talking about Stand Your Ground. I'm talking about Castle Doctrine rather than that. But again, even that, I don't agree with that. I just think that I'd prefer that to what we have here. In that, like I said, a fucking person could walk into my house, not present me with any force, and start picking up my shit, putting it in a bag, and I can't hit them or grapple them or, I don't know, like, use any force against them without them doing it first, or they can sue me for assault. That's fucking stupid. It's nonsensical. Alright. Just give me a minute, guys. I am just gonna, like, put the kettle on, make some tea, and I'll be right back. My voice is getting very scratchy. Food, no. Hello, I'm back. So I'm discovering, slowly, that my cat, Mr. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, his full name, may have a bit of an eating disorder. I think my cat's obsessed with food. Have any of you ever encountered that before? Where like he's afraid that food will never be there, even when food is constantly present. And I read up on it and it said don't leave food out all the time. So I've started doing that. But he's always hungry, no matter what. Even when he's eating, he wants more food. I'll give him food, and then I'll go into the kitchen to do something else, and he'll follow me, wanting more food when he already has some. It's frustrating. He's always in hunt mode too. He wants to kill and eat everything. I need to figure out how to Cats are food black holes. This is true, but this is a bit more than the norm, is what I mean. You know, like cats will often eat until they throw up, gorge themselves and all that, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about he'll do that, he'll throw up, and then he'll be starving. He's always starving, no matter what. Like, no matter what time of day it is. I feed him 3 times a day on a regular schedule. And he's always hungry. And I don't know. I need to explain to him, show him that the food is not going to go away. I mean, this is shelter cats, obviously. He was 5 years old. Labor just released something like $10 million to cull them. Can you link me an article about that, please? Because I want to see it. I don't know what you're talking about, and I want to read it. I want to know. We don't like culling what, like cats that are in shelters, like RSPCA cats, or because we don't have strays on the street very often. The RSPCA ones are. No, I'm not gonna Google it. You made a claim. Link it to me, please. Bush cats. Okay. Look, we got a lot of weird shit going on in the bush. We have like feral camels running around the bush that are attacking houses for food. That's a whole other thing. And honestly, like, sure, they released $10 million to cull the bush cats, but might I remind you that Australia's military lost a war against emus. So, you know, we'll see how that goes. So the right-wing influencers who were named under the Tenet Media indictment claim that they were duped to work for covert Russian operations, that they were unaware of what they were doing. Not that, you know, I believe that, but that is what their claim is. So people like Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, all allege that they were unknowingly secretly funded by Russian state media employees to churn out English language videos that were often consistent with the Kremlin's interests in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions in order to weaken U.S. opposition to Russian interests, like the war in Ukraine. Cited this a couple times on stream. Russia really is not only trying to convince the American people that Ukraine is not worth sending money to, but is also spending a lot of money trying to covertly fund and support down ballot candidates that, you know, in House and Senate races and state legislatures that would also push for pro-Russian policies, would prevent anti-Russian policies from being passed. Let's look at this. Federal government announced on September 4th, $60 million investment in more than 50 projects around the country to fight feral cats. Okay, this one I kind of understand because feral cats are like they're on the same level as foxes, which are also a pretty big issue in that not only do they kill like wildlife that needs to be preserved, but also that's kind of they kill animals that we don't want to die. A lot more money than I thought would be needed. No, a lot of money is required for stuff like this. Nothing is cheap, you know? Well, it's 55 projects around the country. One for Kangaroo Island. Oh, they're using AI traps? Are you fucking kidding me? Why is everything AI now? God. I don't even want to talk about the AI thing at this moment in time, but every time I see it, it's like, let's bring it back up. It's in my links in the sources. If you want to read up on it, we will get to it eventually today, I would think. So, Felix for traps employed on land, solar panels, trap lasers. Okay, look, I get it. They're protecting native species. That's the issue here, is because cats like foxes will kill. There's a reason why you're not allowed to let your house cat out after dark in most of the country. And it's because they'll kill local wildlife. They'll kill native wildlife that only exists in Australia and that is probably already endangered. Well, let's keep reading. We'll find out. According to the Invasive Species Council, cats have done more environmental damage in Australia than anywhere else in the world. I mean, look, I love cats. I'll take all of them into my home if I could, but the council said the animals kill 1.1 billion mammals in Australia every year and have driven 27 native species to extinction since colonization, with 124 more species at risk. I can get why they're spending this much money on this project, because they want to do it quickly. 1.1 billion, yeah. So yeah, 1.1 billion. I mean, that's a year, per year. That's not just in total. That's a lot of animals, you know. 27 species went extinct and 124 are more endangered. Keep your cat inside at night, and, you know, feral cats are a bit of a problem. Well, yeah, cats, like, have you ever seen that YouTube channel that tier list ranks like animals based on whether like they're like a support class or a damage type animal? He uses like RuneScape graphics on the actual like videos that he makes, but cats are fucking OP. They I mean, compared to most Australian animals, I think the only thing that cats can't fuck up are large kangaroos and dingoes. Again, cats colonized us. We didn't do it to them. So, in addition to marking the third straight presidential election where U.S. authorities have unveiled politically charged details about Russia's attempts to interfere in politics, we have that link open next. So, yes, we have the Tenet Media. Both Poole Johnson posted on social media saying that they were victims. Ruben retweeted it. I don't believe this at all. Tim Pool especially was getting paid $100,000 an episode. If you're getting paid $400,000 a month, I guarantee you no one's giving you that money for free, and there were conversations had. There has to be conversations had if you're receiving that much money. There's no shot that they were unaware entirely. Maybe they were mostly unaware, willfully unaware maybe. Is more likely than anything, I would think. Willfully unaware is specifically avoid topics that would give them information that might make them liable or have to perjure themselves in court or something. Shouldn't the real thing be why Russia is promoting Trump? So there is, no, we know that. We know why. Russia spends a lot of money every year supporting Nazi ideology, white nationalist ideology, LGBTQ ideology. They are like one of the leading funders in the world of right-wing like grift propaganda. They want Trump to win because Trump will give Russia Ukraine. We'll stop funding Ukraine. And Russia will not only take what they've already gotten, but will just take the whole country if Trump wins. We'll just let them. it's right wingers are all, supporting each other. It's not just Russia that wants Trump to win. Israel wants Trump to win. Netanyahu desperately fucking wants Trump to win. Even though Kamala Harris is lukewarm on Palestine, won't do anything to actually stop Israel, they're still too much for Netanyahu. Like the Democrats, he wants Donald Trump because Donald Trump will just let him glass Gaza and the West Bank and then build, I don't know, casinos and hotels on top of it instead. I'm not sure how China feels. I feel like China probably wouldn't like Trump. North Korea obviously loves Trump. Iran probably would prefer Kamala Harris, for like many reasons. But Russia has always been like the main supporter of right-wing grift media, Christian extremists, Nazis, all of them. They are they're completely tied together. Like it's inseparable. So in his post, Johnson wrote that he had been asked a year ago to provide content for a quote a media startup. He said his lawyers negotiated a quote standard arm's length deal, which was later terminated. Konstantin Kalishnikov and Elena Afansieva are charged with conspiracy to commit money laundering, violating Foreign Agent Registry Act. They are at large, and it was not immediately clear if they had lawyers. So, yep, U.S. officials have previously warned of Russia's use of unwitting Americans to further influence operations this year already. Have a look at that as well. Putin jokingly suggested he would support Harris. That was just him making a misogynist joke, like, haha, of course, yeah, the woman, sure, give me that one. We know that Putin authorized influence operations to help Trump in 2020. Everyone likes to ignore, I mean, the right wing is, their talking point right now is, oh, the Democrats are back to Russia, 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 even though, like, nothing happened with Russia, except things did happen. We all thought that Trump, like, colluded with Russia directly, that they had a deal, and that didn't happen. But even in 2016, Russia absolutely was influencing the election, and we know this for a fact. But Republicans especially like to ignore that. With the decline of traditional media like newspapers and limits on direct advertising on social media platforms, influencers are increasingly playing a key role in politics and shaping public opinion. Which is true. Tenet Media's main 6 influencers have more than 7 million subscribers on YouTube and 7 million on Twitter. Bohemian Grove. The channels created communities for conservative Americans who lost their trust in mainstream media through Trump's 2020 loss and the pandemic. Several of them have faced criticism for spreading political misinformation. Often, I would say disinformation, in fact. The indictment shows that some of the influencers were paid handsomely. One unidentified contract holder, which was actually Tim Pool, included a $400,000 monthly fee, a $100,000 signing bonus. Actually, no, this one might have been Dave Rubin, because Tim Pool got the $100K per video. Dave Rubin made less money than him. So they feature high-profile conservative guests. Obviously, this was a proper conservative media channel, or like proper in the sense that it existed and was. It wasn't like real news media, but it was a real company, and had real influence. So, I don't know. The people in charge of this should go to jail. And these influencers, all 7 of them that were in this indictment that worked for Tenet Media, should be thoroughly investigated. Was it 7? I don't know. Whatever. So, Poole, a journalist turned YouTuber who first gained public attention for live streaming the Occupy Wall Street protest, hosted Trump on his podcast earlier this year. He's also hosted many a Nazi like Nick Fuentes, Milo Yiannopoulos, Kanye West. So, there's that. Tim Pool has like no actual beliefs. He just cares about the grift, and will platform anybody as long as it makes him money. Johnson is an outspoken Trump supporter and internet personality who was fired from BuzzFeed after the company found evidence he plagiarized other works. That tracks. Rubin was previously part of the, quote, liberal news commentary show The Young Turks, but is self-identified as a libertarian. He boasts the largest YouTube following of Tenet's influencer roster and hosts a show called The Rubin Report. He was on The Young Turks before they also began grifting and pivoted to the right. I mean, that's kind of, oh, sorry, I didn't have the screen up. That's kind of, at this point, you can't deny that TYT has gone to the right. I mean, Cenk was thinking about voting for RFK at one point. Anna Kasparian is constantly, she's getting retweeted by right-wingers all the time now, so I mean that tells you something. They've gone full in with like migrant crime and all of that. I don't know. They've always been liberals, not like leftists, but they've gone a bit even away from that. I mean, TYT is what got me interested in politics, man. It's really depressing to see. Tenet Media president Liam Donovan is the husband of Lauren Chen, a Canadian influencer who has appeared as a guest in several Tenet Media videos. Chen is affiliated with the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA, which is an organization that, how do I say this? It is an organization that often has rhetoric and ideologies that lead to stochastic terrorism. They're not good. Turning Point USA is really just fascists. It's those fascists that all pretend that like the American flag makes you patriotic while they go against every American ideal that's ever existed. Hosted shows for the right-wing media network Blaze Media. RT's website also lists her as a contributor of several opinion articles from 2021 and 2022. So Russia is like in our shit. They are balls deep in the media right now. Russia spent $300 million to covertly influence world politics. This was back in 2022. Since 2014, to try and influence politicians and other officials in more than 24 countries, the State Department alleges. Does not name specific individuals. Putin is a CIA plant. I mean, evidence for such? So, the cable, it's out there. Sure, yeah. Okay. This is true. Putin works for the CIA. The cable released on Tuesday cites a new intelligence assessment of Russia's global covert efforts to support policies and parties sympathetic to Moscow. It does not name specific Russian targets, but says the U.S. is providing classified information to select countries. It's the latest effort by Biden's administration to declassify intelligence about Moscow's military and political aims, dating back to ultimately correct assessments that Russia would launch a new war against Ukraine. Yeah, so we know that they've been doing this. Unlike declared efforts by foreign governments to lobby for preferred initiatives, Russia's covert influence involved using front organizations to funnel money to preferred causes or politicians, the cable alleges. That includes think tanks in Europe and state-owned enterprises in Central America, Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa. Obviously, we do this as well, but that's not what we're talking about here. Again, I agree, we doing this in many cases is wrong. Doesn't mean that we can't be mad about Russia doing it. So, right, so that one was actually enough. Russia is relying on unwitting Americans to spread election disinformation, U.S. officials say. This is from July of this year. The Kremlin is turning to unwitting Americans and commercial public relations firms in Russia to spread disinformation about the U.S. Presidential race. Top intelligence officials said Monday, detailing the latest efforts by America's adversaries to shape public opinion ahead of the election. The warning comes after a few tumultuous weeks in U.S. politics that forced Russia, Iran, and China to revise some of the details of their propaganda playbook. This was obviously right around when Kamala Harris became the what's the word? Not the nominee, but the assumed nominee. So the American public should know that the content that they read online, especially on social media, could be foreign propaganda, even if it appears to be coming from fellow Americans and originating in the U.S. This is true. This is why media literacy actually is incredibly important, because it's not just Russia. It's the entirety of social media has become political propaganda, no matter what you're doing now. If you're, like I said, like if men looking at fitness content are getting political propaganda, people that want to watch cooking videos, they're probably getting less than others, but still propaganda regarding politics. I mean, everyone is. You're watching video game content, there's politics sticking. I mean, everything is politics. That's the thing. You can't really separate things from that. I mean, propaganda isn't always bad. There could be good propaganda. Propaganda in and of itself is not like a bad word. It's just, it's generally been used for bad things. I don't know. Groups linked to the Kremlin are increasingly hiring marketing and communications firms located within Russia to outsource some of the work of creating digital propaganda. Again, they also host many a bot network. Two such firms were the subject of new U.S. sanctions announced in March. Say the two Russian companies created fake websites and social media profiles to spread Kremlin disinformation. I think I have that one too. Hold on. Make sure I have all of my links on this open. There we go. That's fine for the moment. In some cases, Americans and American tech media outlets have willingly amplified and parroted messages of the Kremlin, oftentimes unwittingly, sometimes wittingly. The disinformation can focus on the candidates or voting, or on issues that are already the subject of debate, such as immigration, crime, or the war in Gaza. The ultimate goal is to get Americans to spread Russian disinformation without questioning the origin. People are far more likely to trust and repost information that they believe is coming from a domestic source. Fake websites designed to mimic U.S. news outlets and AI-generated social media profiles are just two methods. Again, another reason why AI is ruining your life, and social media is as well. Foreign influence actors are getting better at hiding their hand and getting Americans to do it, said the officials who spoke alongside from the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Senator Mark Warner, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said last month that he worries that the U.S. may be more vulnerable to foreign disinformation this year than it was before the 2020 election. On Monday, he said the warning from intelligence officials shows that the U.S. election is, quote, the bullseye of bad actors across the world. This is what makes me think that mid-October, maybe early October, maybe late October, I still do think it'll be October, Israel's going to do some crazy shit and start, like, they're inching closer with Lebanon. I do think that they're going to try and hold off as close to the election as they can, and then Israel will invade southern Lebanon. And I think they'll do that specifically timed in a way that it would hurt the Harris campaign and help the Trump campaign. I would be very surprised if that is not what happened. And Russia will obviously continue to do what they're doing because they want Trump to win. It's also disturbingly emphasized the extent to which foreign actors, particularly Russia, rely on both unwitting and witting Americans to promote foreign-aligned narratives in the U.S. Again, if we had better media literacy, less people would believe this shit. More people would, like, see a video, see that it has information that's being claimed as true, and, like, critically analyze it. I don't know, think about it for half a second to see if it makes sense at the very least, if not actually look it up. Most people don't look shit up. Most people don't. Even less people sit there and think about it. In one measure of the threat, officials tracking foreign disinformation say they have issued twice the number of warnings to political candidates, government leaders, election offices, and other targeted foreign groups so far in the 2024 election cycle as they did in 2022. They won't issue, how many or who, but they said there was a significant uptick. Russia and other countries are quickly pivoting to exploit some of the recent developments in the presidential race, including the assassination attempt. Applauses back then, obviously. These pro-Russian voices sought to tie the assassination attempt with Russia's continuing war against Ukraine. That is still going on. I saw that on Twitter today. There was a trending tag on Twitter of exactly that. Eroding support for Ukraine remains a top objective of Russian disinformation, and Trump has praised Russian President Vladimir Putin in the past and is seen as less supportive of NATO. While China mounted a sprawling disinformation campaign before Taiwan's recent election, the nation has shown much more caution when it comes to the U.S. Beijing may use disinformation to target congressional races and other down-ballot contests in which a candidate has voiced strong opinions on China, but China isn't expected to try and influence the presidential race. Again, I don't think they really care. I don't think Trump or Harris will be particularly nice to China. Iran has taken a more aggressive posture. The director of national intelligence said earlier this month that the Iranian government has covertly supported American protest over Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza. I don't believe this. I would need to see information. I don't think that the Iranian government really needed to support these protests. The student protests were just kind of popping off on their own. And I've read this article that they link as evidence of such, and there isn't any actual evidence of Iran funding, supporting, aside from like rhetorically, verbally saying like, "Oh yeah, go those students, go, the protests are good." Beside from that, there is no evidence of Iran doing anything related to American protests relating to Gaza. Maybe they did, sure, but more than likely they just kind of sat back and watched because they didn't need to do anything. We were still going to protest, Groups linked to Iran have posed as online activists encourage protests. So I've not seen any information of providing financial support. None. Zero. None. I tried. I could not find any. If you find some, please link it to me. I want to see it. Encouraging the protests online and maybe like posing as online activists. Okay, that I believe, but there was plenty of real people doing that too. Iran opposes candidates likely to increase tensions with Tehran. Officials said that that description fits Trump, whose administration ended the nuclear deal with Iran. Again, the only reason that Iran will have nuclear weapons in the next 10 years is because Trump ended the nuclear deal. They were still building one, but they were far slower, and they were following like the rules. They were monitored. They had to secretly try and build it while being watched, and no one's watching them. Reimposed sanctions and ordered the killing of a top Iranian general. So obviously Iran wants Kamala Harris to win. So this is regarding the 2020 election. Ooh, autoplay, go away. Putin authorized influence operations to help Donald Trump in the 2020 election. Declassified intelligence assessment that found broad efforts by the Kremlin and Iran to shape the outcomes of the race, but ultimately no evidence that any foreign actor changed votes or otherwise disrupted the voting process. Doesn't matter. This is 2020. We don't need to go into it, but the point still stands here is that Russia has been not only attempting to, but actively influencing U.S. elections well before 2016, and are going to continue to do so this year, which is entirely unsurprising. We need to be vigilant for it. Now, why does Vladimir Putin want Donald Trump to win? Well, maybe something like this. I think Donald Trump might be an FSB agent, a covert Russian op, a spy, you might say. Who knows? He might actually just be working for the FSB.
I knew Putin. I knew him well. And, he endorsed, I don't know if you saw the other day, he endorsed Kamala. He endorsed Kamala. I was very offended by that. I wonder why he endorsed Kamala. No, he's a chess player. He endorsed Kamala.
I still don't really think that, he was laughing when it was very clearly a joke. I don't know. Maybe Trump does know when he's just playing it off that way to the crowd because, he He thinks of his supporters as stupid sheep, hogs, as Hassan would say. Oh yeah, there's Elon Musk to join the Trump administration. We'll get to that too.
Should I be, Congressman, should I be upset about that? No? Huh? Was it done with a smile, Ron? Was it done with a smile? I think it was done maybe with a smile. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Nobody's going to figure it out.
It was done
They're
with a
about
smile. He
90
was very clearly joking. I'm like, why make it into this like circus right here?
Maybe with a smile. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Nobody's going to
Sorry, I spilled something. That's what I'm like bending down to clean up.
figure it out. They're about 19 steps ahead of us. But this whole Russia thing,
Oh, yeah, let's
nobody
just
was tougher
blaze.
on Russia in history.
They're 19% ahead of us. They're fucking Russia and we're America. They couldn't get 5 miles past their border to try and invade their neighboring country that had like no military at the time. 19 steps ahead of us. They ain't shit. Russia ain't shit. All they have is a bunch of like incels in a basement that are good with computers, that make troll posts, spend time on 4chan, and hang out with groypers. That's all that Russia has. 19 steps ahead of us. Are you joking? Oh, by the way, have you guys seen my shirt? It is absolutely riveting. Shout out Minan's basement. It's true, I'm not wrong.
Than Trump. And the person that knows that better than anyone is President Vladimir Putin. He knows it better than anyone. And I'll tell you, I knew Putin. I knew him well.
He loves Putin.
And, you know, he endorsed smile. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Nobody's going to figure it out. They're about 19 steps ahead of us. But this whole Russia thing, nobody was tougher on Russia in history than Trump.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I love that. Just to change the subject for a minute, because we're gonna go back into Trump, but this was here, and I want to cover this before it gets lost. So House Republicans unveil bill to avoid shutdown. Senate Democrats say they are wasting precious time. Senate Democrats happen to be right in this case. House Republicans unveiled on Friday their legislation to avoid a partial government shutdown at the end of the month and fund the government into late March, when a new president and Congress would make the final decision on agency spending and priorities for fiscal year 2025. Excuse me. Republicans are also adding a hot-button immigration issue to the measure by requiring states to obtain proof of citizenship, such as a birth certificate or a passport when someone registered to vote. Inclusion of the citizenship requirement is a non-starter in the Senate, complicating a prospect for the spending bill's passage. Now, let me make sure that you guys understand this. Any attempt to limit the amount of people voting by the Republicans is done specifically to avoid Democrats voting, because the less people vote, the more likely it is for Republicans to win. Now, obviously, you have to be a citizen to vote in the United States, but adding something like requiring proof of citizenship before registering to vote, like a birth certificate or a passport, because usually to register to vote, you have to provide other documents that you would have had to acquire by proving that you are a citizen. But not everyone has a passport. Passports are like $500. Many people don't have one because many people don't travel. I would argue that at least a third of Americans don't have a passport. Birth certificate, depending on what country you're from, you might not have one. You might not have access to one. Depending on if you are poor or rich. Also, really, you get a U.S. passport with $20 off too. Yeah, I encourage you to not try and vote using that. But if you do and it works, let me know. I'd be curious. But again, like I said, this is just trying to avoid brown people from voting, because like they're the ones that are most likely going to have been immigrants and have issues with providing a document like a passport, which is $500, or a birth certificate, which if you've lost also costs like a decent amount of money to get back. But again, many people don't have access to. This is literally just to limit the amount of people voting, especially brown people. So it's going to pass that way. They're gonna argue about it a little bit. They're gonna go back and forth, and then they're going to pass it because the Dems are spineless. I don't know. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Appropriations Committee Chair Patty Murray said avoiding a shutdown requires bipartisanship, not a bill drawn up by one party. Quote, if Speaker Johnson drives House Republicans down this highly partisan path, the odds of a shutdown go way up, and Americans will know that the responsibility of the shutdown will be on House Republicans' hands. No, somehow they'll manage to frame the Democrats for it regardless. They just will, because they always do, and the Republican voting base will believe literally anything. Some Republican leaders had wanted to pass the final spending bill by the end of Congress so the new president, whether it be Trump or Democratic nominee Kamala Harris, could focus more on getting staffed and pursuing their own top priorities rather than dealing with spending disagreements. Be nice. So again, they say Republicans say proof of citizenship would ensure American elections are only for American citizens. Actually, I'm just gonna look it up now. Let's have a look at how many non-citizens try and vote in U.S. elections. Here's the AP. Here is PBS. Let's go a couple. Let's see. Interesting. Oh, that one got taken down. Lovely. Let's have a look. Non-citizen voting isn't an issue in federal elections, regardless of conspiracy theories. Here's why. This is just from April, obviously. Yep, they've been trying to do this for a while. Trump made baseless claims about the subject before, like in 2016, when he blamed his loss of the popular vote on voting by immigrants and then appointed a commission to investigate the issue. It disbanded without identifying a single case of a non-citizen casting a vote. He and other Republicans have recently revved up conspiracy theories. To be clear, there have been cases of non-citizens casting ballots, but they are extremely rare. Those who have looked into these cases say they often involve legal immigrants who mistakenly believed they had the right to vote. Johnson tried to address this issue, saying that, quote, we cannot wait for widespread fraud to occur, but one prior crackdown on purported non-citizen voting also risked striking thousands of actual citizens from the voting rolls, which would be exactly what Republicans want. Here's why non-citizen voting isn't a real danger to the integrity of the election, and the risks of changing federal law. We don't need to read what the law is. I mean, you're not supposed to vote unless you're a U.S. citizen. All available evidence shows that non-citizen voting in federal elections is incredibly rare. Obviously, it's illegal. A small number of local jurisdictions, such as San Francisco and D.C., let immigrants who haven't become citizens cast vote on races for school boards and city councils. Conservative-leaning states, first we talk about non-citizen voting, not voting by immigrants. That's because some immigrants have become naturalized U.S. citizens, and, they can vote, obviously. As I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen, and I can vote. In 2016, North Carolina audited its elections to make sure no one voted improperly. My apologies. Jeez, I hate being sick. It found that 41 legal immigrants who had not yet become citizens cast ballots. That's out of 4.8 million votes cast. Those illegal votes didn't make a difference in a single election in the state, even the smallest local race, according to the state's election board. Trump's Department of Justice later filed criminal charges against 19 immigrants for illegally voting in North Carolina. In 2022, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, conducted an audit of his state's voting rolls. His office found that 1,634 had attempted to register, but election officials had caught all the applications and none of them were actually registered to vote. Again, it's not a crime to try and register to vote. Oftentimes, people come into the country and don't know that they're not allowed to vote, so they try and register. Yes, absolutely. The Brennan Center for Justice, a liberal group serving 44 election officials in some of the most populous immigrant-heavy jurisdictions in the country after 2016, including Arizona, California, and Texas, it found only about 30 incidents of a possible non-citizen casting a vote out of 23.5 million votes. It happens very occasionally, almost always by mistake, and when it does, it's almost always caught before it actually makes a difference anyway. This whole bill, instead of protecting American elections from the 30 people that tried to vote that weren't supposed to, it's about stopping lots and lots of people who have the right to vote, but they don't want them to vote. Give me a second. Speaking of voter fraud, let's just get into this. Now, this is a study. I have it linked in the actual source doc. We're not going to read this whole thing because it is quite long. No evidence for systemic voter fraud. A guide to statistical claims about the 2020 election. Let's get down to claims based on facts that are not actually anomalous. So, Biden's share of U.S. counties, not anomalous. Conservative radio talk show host Charlie Kirk tweeted in December of 2020, quote, "Does anyone else have a hard time believing Joe Biden won a record number of votes despite winning a record low number of counties?" Later that day, he provided numbers to back up the claim, stating that Barack Obama won 69 million votes and 873 counties. Donald Trump won 74 million votes, 2,497 counties. Biden won 81 million votes and just 477 counties. What he didn't say here, even though this is correct objectively, this information, it's just missing the fact that he won counties that have higher density of people in them. So obviously he didn't need to win as many counties because there was more people in the counties that he did win. It's like very easy to see. I don't care about this one. This one's unimportant. Trump advocates argued on the basis of statistical analysis that there was a, quote, 1 in a quadrillion chance that Joe Biden legitimately won the election. This claim comes from an expert report submitted as part of the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's lawsuit against the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In that report, Paxton claims that the expert Charles Cicchetti calculated a 1 in quadrillion chance of Biden winning. Cicchetti concludes his report by arguing that, quote, "In my opinion, the outcomes of Biden winning is so statistically improbable that it's not possible to dismiss claims of fraud." Cicchetti's assertions that Biden's victory was improbable is based on a deeply misguided application of null hypothesis significance testing. Actually, I don't know what that is. Let's find out. No, wait, I do know what that is. Never mind. Cicchetti never actually computes the probability of Biden winning. Instead, he tests the null hypothesis that Joe Biden in 2020 and Hillary Clinton in 2016 had the same expected number of votes in particular states. But if the objective is to assess whether Biden won legitimately, then it's beside the point whether Biden and Clinton enjoyed the same expected support. Exactly. It's made on bullshit. Because all they have is made on bullshit. Patterns of straight ticket or split ticket voting in Michigan, not anonymous. A YouTube video with over 1 million views. Shiva Ayaduraya. 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 Okay. Sorry, I like to get people's name right and spend the minute or so trying to actually get the pronunciation correct. It's fine. Claimed to provide evidence that voting machines in Michigan decisively switched votes from Trump to Biden. This has been debunked by a lot. I don't understand this enough to explain this to you. But the voting machines were fine, 100%. In fact, it goes into Dominion voting machines do not decrease Trump vote share. Again, I can't explain how the voting machines work. It's true math for me at this time of night. So absentee ballot counting procedures do not decrease Trump's vote share. That was another claim because they don't like absentee ballots because, more people vote, Democrats are more likely to win. This also showed that there was no evidence. Turnout was not unusually high in counties where Republicans made fraud accusations. They claimed that there was lots of turnout specifically in these counties and that it was suspicious and that it could have been, illegal immigrants. None of these turned out to be true. Just read the actual article. It's very much worth it. Where was the other one? Now, here's some couple funny little things, I would think. Voting fraud. When it actually happens, how does it happen? You think you're going to vote for Trump, are you? I don't believe you. But let's have a look at who actually happens to do the voting fraud. So this is just from April of this year, actually. This is very, very recent. Let's
all 6 Republican-led states that had these election integrity forces. The forces overwhelmingly targeted minorities and Democrats for prosecution. An analysis by the Washington Post showed that Black and Hispanic individuals made up more than 75% of the defendants these Republican-led efforts chose to prosecute. The point of these election integrity forces is not actually in election integrity. It is intimidation. Black and brown Americans and Americans who have any hint of a question about whether or not they're allowed to vote, this is all about keeping those people away from the ballot box.
Absolutely correct. And in fact, I'll go beyond. It's about keeping as many people away from the ballot box as they can.
People who, let's be honest here,
in general,
tend to be Democrats. The Republicans behind these efforts aren't shy about the fact that they're trying to prosecute Black people for technicalities and mistakes. That's actually the point. And for years now, the clearest, most damning example of all of this has been the story of Crystal Mason. Back in 2016,
it's always really odd to me to watch like a political pundit or like someone who's on something like MSNBC or CNN actually make a full argument, like a full point. The argument is complete. They're not missing bits and pieces of it. They're not hiding bits of, that was well said, and it's weird to see that. Ew. Cheeseburger. Well, you know what? I was hungry and you made me not hungry anymore, so thanks for that.
Crystal Mason tried to vote in the general election. The volunteer at her polling place couldn't find her name in the system, so they gave Crystal Mason a provisional ballot. It turns out Ms. Mason technically could not vote because she was still on supervised release after serving time for a prior conviction. But she didn't know that.
Okay, so she was prosecuted for voter fraud. Let's get this from the top. Yeah. She was prosecuted for voter fraud. She came out of prison, was not technically allowed to vote yet. No one told her this. She went to try and register to vote. She was given a provisional ballot that doesn't actually count because the provisional ballot means you can fill it out and you can give it to us, and then once we check all of your information, if it's valid, then we'll put it in. That's what the provisional ballot is for. And that's what happened. And then they found out, oh no, she can't actually vote. And then charged her with election fraud. This would not have happened were it, a lady in Florida that was white.
It was really an honest mistake. And because the ballot was provisional, her vote.
A case of voting fraud that has been proven has been an honest mistake. A lot of them are elderly people that move to a different state and then forget to deregister in their last state because they don't know that their current state law says that you can't be registered in another state and vote in this state, because some states will let you be registered in multiple states but only let you vote in one. It's not only is it very complicated because it's left up to the states to decide, but there's no easily available source of information for a lot of Americans that aren't tech savvy to get this information. Why is this shirt sitting like this? a lot of Americans that aren't tech savvy to get access to this information and to know the law, but you are expected to know the law. They should let prisoners vote. I mean, I don't agree with taking voting rights away from felons. I don't. No matter what they did, I don't care if they're a murderer. They should have the right to vote. Do I think they should vote? No, probably not. I don't think most Republicans should vote, but I do think that they should be allowed to. Thank you. This frog is one of my favorite shirts. Absolutely riveting. I love me a good pun. I have another one of this, but it's in white and pink, and it has a axolotl on it. The frog is the best, though. Is absolutely the best. What was I saying? Yeah, prisoners. We should let felons vote. Should they vote? No. But they should be allowed to. Also, welcome.
Was never even counted. But the Republicans' Texas State Attorney General's office went after Crystal Mason anyway and convicted her of voting illegally.
Oh, she got convicted.
She was sentenced to 5 years in prison. 5 years in prison for trying to vote.
Yeah, so this woman who did not know that she was not allowed to vote, registered, tried to, got a provisional ballot that was not counted because obviously that's the point of the provisional ballot, and she was sentenced to 5 years in prison. This would not have happened to a white lady. It just wouldn't. It's because they hate black people, they hate brown people, and they hate that minorities have the right to vote.
And since then, Republicans have loved Crystal Mason's story because it is a threat that hangs over Americans, showing what could happen to them if they even make a mistake while trying to vote.
Again, this is why they want to put all of these laws that make it difficult to vote, because it scares people. No one wants to do something illegal. If your state just introduced a whole bunch of new election laws that are confusing, what are you going to do about it, you know? You can sit and learn, but a lot of people don't have the time or patience or really care enough to, and then they just don't vote.
And
I don't want to watch the whole thing. We don't need to hear what she actually has to say. I just want to see more. Oh, she was acquitted later on. That's nice.
Been like for your community of loved ones. This.
Okay, this is just the rest of it is an interview with her. I do want to go more into who's actually committing the voter fraud. So another person has been sentenced for committing voter fraud during the 2020 election, and once again, it was on behalf of the Republican candidate. An Iowa woman named Kim Taylor was sentenced to 4 months in prison on Monday after a federal jury convicted her last year of more than 50 counts of voter fraud as part of a scheme to help her husband in a congressional primary in a county supervisor race. So, this fucking Iowa lady, Kim Taylor, gets 4 months for 50 counts of voter fraud, not just voting, but also like voter fraud for her husband. And this lady gets 5 years for accidentally voting with a vote that doesn't actually go through. Is it not clear? Like, is the distinction of why not incredibly obvious? I mean, that's a disgusting, like, separation of how these people are treated. No matter what former President Trump claims, actual incidents of voter fraud are extremely rare. Those that have come to light after the 2020 election are nowhere near widespread enough to swing the presidential election, let alone most down-ballot races. Taylor's case, one of those rare instances, highlights one supreme irony of the GOP's obsession with voter fraud. Many of the cases of knowing fraud that have been prosecuted since then have had Republicans as the perpetrators. According to prosecutors, Taylor helped fill out voter registration absentee ballots for members of the Vietnamese American community and their families in Woodbury County, Iowa. Taylor, who was of Vietnamese descent, okay, cool, not a white lady. I thought she would have been a white lady, but a Republican nonetheless, so obviously still gets the +2 advantage on the playing field. took advantage of the state's absurd law that all election materials can only be printed in English to pretend that she was simply assisting voters with their forms. Again, another law to make it difficult to vote. All election materials must be printed in English in a country where much of the population speaks Spanish as their primary language, especially the older generations who are, more able and likely to vote. Although Hispanics often vote Republican anyway, so I don't know, it's weird. Pretend she was helping fill out forms. In fact, she was abusing their trust to increase her husband's vote totals. Taylor's case is a real example of the sort of fraud that right-wing grifters have insisted rampant among Democrats. In reality, many of those supposed cases are entirely legitimate uses of drop boxes and other approved early voting techniques in areas that lean Democratic. Other Trump supporters have been caught trying to vote more than once, including multiple residents in Florida retirement community The Villages. Still others have been caught trying to cast ballots in the names of their dead spouses or family members, one of whom was initially a right-wing cause célèbre after claiming someone had stolen his dead wife's absentee ballot, and last month a former election official in Milwaukee was found guilty of voter fraud for using her position to obtain fraudulent absentee ballots and send them to Republican state lawmakers who'd boosted Trump's election lies. Every accusation is an admission of guilt. I cannot say it enough because every single time it's almost funny how often it's true. If it wasn't so horrifying, it would be hilarious. Yeah, big brain. Absolutely. More often, though, we've seen votes cast illegally, not because of deliberate fraud, but due to constraints on voting rights for the formerly incarcerated. Crystal Mason, we just watched, again, the 5 years in prison sentence for her compared to the 4 months for the fucking Republican. That is, I mean, come on. I mean, and it's Iowa, too, I don't know. And since Florida formed its Office of Election Crimes and Security in 2022, most of its targets have likewise been people who'd voted after being told that they were allowed to do so, only to learn otherwise when arrested. Even on that front, Republicans have found themselves on the wrong side of these restrictions. Most recently, a judge ruled that Brian Picard, the first vice chairman of Georgia's Republican Party, had violated state election law. Between 2008 and 2010, Picard voted 9 times while on probation for a felony sentence, which is not allowed in Georgia. You'd think this might provoke sympathy or some kind of a reconsideration of these restrictions from other Republicans, but his fellow election deniers have instead chosen to throw him under the bus. Because, they can't stop denying the election, especially in Georgia, because then they'll get the ire of Trump and of MAGA. The second deep irony of the GOP's hunt for mass voter fraud is how much it's detracting from the party's efforts to win legitimately. They could get Georgia, the country, to vote. Yes, they could. That would be voter fraud, though. Although I would not be surprised if they did. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump also didn't know the difference between the country and the state. But yeah, so as you can see, voting fraud is Republicans. It's not Democrats that are doing it. This one's from 2021. Let's have a look. Different case. If you'll load for me. But the mysterious case of Rosemary Hartle's vote in the last presidential election, 3 years after her death, was trumpeted in November 2022.
Mr. Brainard, I did have a chance to read through your affidavit and look at the exhibits that you attached to the affidavit, and you alleged that there are individuals who cast invalid ballots.
Hey,
and you believe the claim you're making is within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. So I did take a look at the exhibits you attached, and I do want to share.
What is going on with your site? All right, you know what? We'll watch the video after we read a little bit of this. So, Rosemary Hartle voted 3 years after her death. The Nevada Republican Party and various prominent conservatives from then President Donald Trump on down trumpeted this. Republicans used stories about phony votes cast under the names of dead people as key evidence for their claim that Joe Biden's victory was fake. The mystery is now solved. It turns out the fraud was committed by a Republican. Who's surprised to hear that? Not me. Hartle was married to Las Vegas businessman Donald Kirk Hartle, a registered Republican. In November 2020, Hartle told Las Vegas television station 8 News Now, KLAS TV, that he felt disbelief when he found that a mail-in ballot was submitted in his late wife's name. It was, quote, pretty sickening, he said at the time, adding that he didn't know that how it could have happened. But Hartle had actually cast the phony ballot himself. Again, surprising literally nobody. On Tuesday, he pleaded guilty to crimes of voting more than once in the same election. The judge, 8 News Now reported, said Hartle had pulled what seemed like a, quote, cheap political stunt that kind of backfired and shows that our voting system actually works because you were ultimately caught. I agree. He tried. It didn't work. He got caught doing it. The system does work. We don't often get people who are not allowed to vote voting. And again, as we've seen time and time again, it's usually Republicans. Earlier this year, Nevada's Secretary of State referred 10, quote, questionable cases to law enforcement investigation. Trump's vague assertions that thousands of ballots were cast in the names of dead people in various key states were entirely baseless. His massive numbers were plain fictional, obviously. Republican voters were responsible for some of the small number of known crimes. So some specific ballots the Trump campaign claimed were fraudulent. Meanwhile, were quickly proven to be legitimate ballots cast by living people with the same or similar names as dead people. A Colorado man who was charged in 2021 with murdering his wife, who had disappeared in May 2020, was also charged with illegally casting a ballot for Trump in November. This man killed his fucking wife, fled, was on the run, obviously, because he wasn't in prison for killing his wife, managed to get a hold of a ballot and tried to vote for Trump. This man was so enamored with MAGA that it overrode his self-preservation instinct to not get arrested. He allegedly told FBI agents that he submitted the ballot because he thought, quote, these other guys are cheating and his wife would have voted Trump anyway. The guy who killed his wife voted for Trump illegally because he thought the other guys were cheating and that his wife that he killed would have voted for Trump. This is insane. This is why we say Republicans are weird. This is fucking weird. Like, this is crazy. Yes, absolutely. This is illogical, irrational, but it's also just weird. It's plain weird. In some confirmed cases, including Hartle's, it's not publicly known which presidential candidate the illegal vote was cast for. Well, it'd be surprising, for it to have been Joe Biden. There is no sign that crime of voting under the same name as a dead person happened even close to the frequently enough to. Regardless, there is no sign that crime of voting under the name of a dead person happened even close to frequently enough to have swung any state to Biden, and that this crime was committed overwhelmingly by Biden voters, or that the crime is generally going unnoticed by multiple authorities. Entirely baseless. It's always the Republicans. Always them. All right. Now we got gun violence, we got Trump, we got AI, and we have Israel. Fuck, none of these sound fun. Let's go with Trump. He's the most fun one because he has some really weird shit to say this week. Give me a minute. I have a lot of links with this one. All right. Let's start with you. So yeah, the National Fraternal Order of Police endorsed Donald Trump. And so here's a clip of a MAGA supporter beating a cop with an American flag on Jan 6th. Yeah, they sure love the police, don't they? Now,
who didn't support me, he said,
yes, this is funny. I hope that he keeps doing shit like this. So this is Donald Trump telling voters who did not vote for him in the primary that he does not want their vote in the general. Please keep doing so.
said, one person who didn't support me, he said, I must admit I had the most successful 4 years of my life, but I'm going to vote for some. I said, and now that person.
The most successful 4 years of your life, the most recent 4 years, but that's probably Joe Biden that he's talking about. Just applying it to Trump anyway, but whatever.
Came back to me, I don't want that person. I must admit I had the most successful 4 years of my life, but I'm going to vote for some. I said, and now that person came back to me, I don't want that person. I don't want that person. You know, they say you should take everybody, but that's not the way I'm built. It's one of those little problems. This person, no, this was in the Republican primary, said, I had the best 4 years I've ever had.
We will absolutely take the voters you don't want. Donald? I mean, that's an insane thing to say while running for office, but it tracks with Donald Trump. So,
and your son.
Here's some baseless claims that are made that went a bit viral this week. Again, let me just, before we watch the video, make sure that you all know that this is not true. It never was true, and it's never going to be true. It's also, like, it's not even rational. This, functionally, what he's claiming could not ever exist in reality, the way that he is describing it. Even if everyone in the world wanted it to, this could not exist in reality this way.
Can you imagine you're a parent and your son leaves the house and you say, Jimmy, I love you so much. Go have a good day in school. And your son comes back with a brutal operation. Can you even imagine this? What the hell is wrong with our country?
Yeah, okay, so, General, they're transing your kids in school. The school is performing surgery on your children. It's frustrating that, like, the claims that they make on the right are so ridiculous that you don't even... You can't, like, use data to argue. They haven't gotten to the point of the argument where you can actually back up your claim with information. They won't accept it anyway. No school is transing your kids. There are no schools that are performing surgeries. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't afford to. Your kid is much... You know what's much more likely to happen than this? Is you say, oh yeah, have a good day at school, Timmy, I love you, and then your kid never comes back because they got shot in the face by a classmate with an AR-15. That's what's more likely to happen to your kids. Not this. This is not ever going to happen to your kids. No school is, like, forcibly transing your kids. No school is transing your kids, period. Force, consent, none of it. They're not doing that. It's a lie. It's made up. It's ridiculous. I don't even... The fact that you have to explain that it's ridiculous is ridiculous. All right. So, actually, we already saw that one. Oopsie, that was double. This is funny,
saw a comment
because this didn't occur to me until I watched this TikTok, and I think she might be onto something here. I really do.
I saw a comment online, and I have to share it with you guys. I think it cracks the code as to why, for the past several months, every single time Donald Trump is in front of a group or in front of an audience and he's riffing and he brings up immigration.
I hope this music in the back doesn't get me fucking copyrighted because I can't mute the music and not mute her.
He references Hannibal Lecter. Up until now, I thought, wow, he's really trying to fearmonger.
I was just hearing, like, the Hannibal Lecter shit, and I was like, I guess he just really likes Silence of the Lambs. I thought he was just being insane, but...
About immigrants, right? Well, it might not be that deep. Is it possible the former guy straight up doesn't know that asylum has two meanings? It could explain why he thinks political prisoners claiming asylum from Venezuela are being emptied out of insane asylums.
I actually think that this is the case. I do think that Donald Trump does not know that there are two definitions for asylum. That there is, you know, an asylum, and then there is seeking asylum. It would explain why he keeps bringing up Hannibal Lecter. He keeps doing it. I mean, like, he keeps doing it.
Tariff nation.
No, not that one. You, come here. This was last month.
Lovely movie, Silence of the Lambs. Did you see it? Did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a lovely man.
Oh, this is the original one.
He would love to have you for dinner. He will take you. You had many people for dinner. Well, we have a lot of people coming in. They always say, oh, that's terrible, that Trump would say. He is rambling about Hannibal Lecter. No, I'm not rambling. We are allowing people from insane asylums and mental institutions.
Tell me that this is probably not the case. I really do think he just doesn't know that there is a difference between a, quote, insane asylum and seeking asylum in a foreign country.
Did anyone ever see the lovely movie Silence of the Lambs? Did you see it? Did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a lovely man. He would love to have you for dinner. He will take you.
I still think that's quite funny. I'll give him that.
You had many people for dinner. Well, we have a lot of people coming in. They always say, oh, that's terrible, that Trump would say. He is rambling about Hannibal Lecter. No, I'm not rambling. We are allowing people from insane asylums and mental institutions into our country by the tens of thousands, and they're closing them down in other countries. Because, you know,
yeah. So, until someone proves to me otherwise, I now believe that Donald Trump does not know that there are two definitions for asylum.
Absolutely, that's what it is. Yeah, if you have listened to Donald Trump's speech pattern...
We don't need to listen to the rest of you, I'm sorry. Good video, but you have like another minute, 30 seconds left. I'm not listening to that. Okay. Now we're getting into some of the economic territory. Trump wants to put tariffs on everything, does not know how tariffs work. Let's find out some more.
It's not going to be a cost to you. It's going to be a cost to another country. I heard Kamala the other day, Comrade Kamala. She said, oh, if you do that.
If fucking only Comrade Kamala, I would... if only, Donald, if only.
Kamala the other day, Comrade Kamala, she said, oh, if you do that, he's raising your taxes. No, no, no. I'm not raising your taxes. I'm raising China and all of these countries in Asia and all over the world, including the European Union, by the way, which is one of the most egregious.
Okay. Man does not know how tariffs work. By placing tariffs on imports, yes, you are at the beginning charging the foreign country more money to export goods to your country. However, the stuff that they export to your country will now be more expensive to cover the cost of the increase of tariffs. If we put a tariff on all Chinese goods, and you go to, I don't know, Target, and you go to buy a mirror, like a small, like, bathroom mirror, and it is made in China, it is now more expensive for you because it is more expensive for China to bring it into the country, and therefore it costs more at the store to make up for it. It does still tax you. It's not a tax on China. It's not going to harm them. It will ultimately only negatively affect you as the consumer, me as the it doesn't affect China, the European Union. Like, they're not being hurt by this. Maybe a little bit, like some of their goods will be bought less, sure, but it hurts Americans more than anyone else. It's just, this is not how tariffs work. It's not going to raise prices for you. How can you possibly guarantee that? Are you going to guarantee that any increase in price based on the tariffs that the US government will subsidize? No. Then not. Economists overwhelmingly agree that tariffs raise prices and harm the economy. For example, 95% of American Economist Association members have repeatedly agreed that tariffs and import quotas usually reduce general economic welfare. However, conservatives don't like data. They don't care. Going even further, Donald Trump pledges a 100% tariff for countries that shun the US dollar, according to Bloomberg, who I can't open because they're paywalled. 100% tariff on companies that shun the dollar as a punishment for shunning the dollar. I don't even know how this would work, and I guarantee it would harm you more than anybody else. Speaking of harming you, let's see how they want to harm you here with Donald Trump. Quote, "I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. Elon Musk has agreed to head that task force. The person I trust least to be in charge of efficiency, financial performance, and auditing of the federal government." But yeah, let's see. God, that's horrible. It just feels painful to think about that.
Fourth, at the suggestion of Elon Musk, who has given me his complete. Fourth, at the suggestion and total endorsement. Elon Musk, who has given me his complete and total endorsement. That's nice. Smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows.
Frank's so cute sleeping in that house. I keep seeing him on camera. He's fucking adorable. Sorry, I got distracted by the cat and didn't want to think about Elon Musk having a large position in the government.
He knows what he's doing. He's very, very much.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. The man who's like in a K-hole half the time, and doesn't know how to run a functional company in any of his businesses. Sure, yeah. Well, let him have it.
Appreciate it. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now.
So this basically says I'm going to cut a lot of money from social programs, and I'm going to make you specifically poorer, and then give that money to myself and my rich friends. That's what he's saying here, such as Elon Musk. Before we watch the video, I do want to just say, whoever Unusual Whales is, I absolutely love your name. Maybe the best Twitter handle I've come across in a very long time. So, Donald Trump said this week, "I took care of our economy like I would take care of my own company," says the man who bankrupted several companies. Several companies, in fact, that are statistically improbable to bankrupt. They're fucking casinos. They're made for you to lose when you go there. That's the whole point. Everyone knows casinos, like a house always wins. That's the saying. And this man went bankrupt owning 3 fucking casinos.
For 4 straight years, I fought.
How? I'm still stuck. How do you bankrupt 3 casinos? How? They're made for you to not be able to lose.
For American workers like I would fight for my own family. I took care of our economy like I would take care of my own company.
He's just another grifter like everybody else. Yeah. So, in other news, judge delays Trump's sentencing in the hush money case until after the election. This is a win for Trump. I'm not sure that he was actually going to get jailed for this. I really don't think that this would be the case that would put him in jail. But having the sentencing delayed a little bit and out of the news cycle is good for him. Whatever, it's fine. Because what is before the election is Judge Chutkan grants the prosecution's request to start briefing immunity issues on September the 26th. spelling possible revelations about Trump's effort to subvert the last election. And this is the Jack Smith case, the big one. The government shall file an opening brief on presidential immunity by September 26th. Defendant's response and renewed motion to dismiss based on presidential immunity is due by October 17th. The government's reply in opposition is due October 29th. After the briefing, the court will determine whether further proceedings are necessary. Defendant's supplement to his motion to dismiss based on statutory grounds is due October 3rd. The government's response is due October 17th. And the defendant's request for leave to file a motion to dismiss based on the appointments and appropriations clauses is due October 24th. And the government's opposition is due the 31st. The defendant's reply is due November 7th. So the fact that this will begin prior to the election, there's several dates here, as you can see, that are before the election, means that this will continue to be in the news cycle. And as this is the election subversion case, it's very good that this will be in the news cycle up, like from before up until the election. The man who hired Jack that's not how, no one hired Jack. He was appointed as the special counsel by a Supreme Court Justice, Montre Jones. What are you talking about? Jack Smith was appointed. That's how this works. God, fucking MAGA with their brain rot, not actually knowing how the system of government works. Hey, Montre Jones, this is a little test to see whether I actually give a shit about your opinion. Can you tell me what Donald Trump was convicted of in New York? Like like the 34 felony convictions. Can you tell me what the charge was? Any of them? Appointment is not, it's appointed by a Supreme Court justice. It's how the law works, Montre Jones. They're meant to. Can you tell me, just tell me what he was convicted of a felony for? I need to know if you know this. I can wait. We're not doing anything until you tell me an answer. Or you're going to get banned if you give me an answer that isn't what I'm looking for without a good excuse. You're taking so long that I just imagine that you're Googling it now because you didn't actually know. Take your time. You can Google it if you like. Hey, buddy. Hey, beautiful boy. Having a nice nap? Nothing still? Clock's ticking, Montre. My patience is wearing thin. It is. Man does not know how fucking appointments in government work and will still come in and try and argue with me on things that he has not a clue about. Okay, we'll get back to it. Okay. This is the order that Chuck can put out. Now I have the actual documents by Jack Smith in the link as well. The actual indictment, I believe. Might not be an indictment. I don't remember what it's technically called. Hold on. No, never mind. I was right. It is the indictment. The revised indictment regarding the subversion of election case, the January 6th case. The full document I did think about putting up on stream, but it is so filled with legalese that you can understand, but it would take quite a lot of time to go through the language and figure out what's relevant and what's not on stream. So I just linked that one in the description. It's worth reading. You should absolutely read it. You should know what is going on, you know. All right. Gun violence, AI or Israel? Now I'll yell about AI another time. Let's talk about the Georgia and Kentucky shootings. Look. A moment here. Now, there was another school shooting in Georgia, obviously. This was at Appalachia High School. Now, in this case, the mother of the teenager, suspected of killing 4 people during a shooting in the high school, called to warn a school counselor before the attack, according to the suspect's aunt and grandmother. Colt Gray, 14, apologized to his mother, Marcy Gray, on the morning of the mass shooting at Appalachia High School, sending an alarming cryptic text Wednesday that prompted the mother to warn the school that something could be wrong. His grandfather told CNN, confirming information he first provided to the New York Post. The mom, in fact, specifically warned the school that her son might be suicidal or homicidal. The text read, quote, "I'm sorry, Mom." The text read, according to Marcy Gray's father, Charles Polhamus, who said he was standing near his daughter at his home in Fitzgerald, Georgia, when they received the text. The mother called the school about an unspecified extreme emergency sometime before the shooting began. A 10-minute call was placed from Marcy Gray's phone to the school at 9:50 a.m. The Washington Post reported about 30 minutes before police were notified of the shooting. According to the Post, Brown has shared phone plan with the family, which allowed her to see a log of the calls made by her sister. After a 10-minute phone conversation, Polhamus said his daughter and her mother then began the 200-mile drive from Fitzgerald to Winder. Marcy Gray later confirmed the call to the Washington Post, which reported she, quote, declined to elaborate on what had prompted her call in the warning to the school, but said she had shared that information with law enforcement. This is a mother that tried her best to do the right thing. In this case, actually, we're going to see in a minute, it's the father that is at fault. Let's just watch this video really quickly and get a understanding of what happened here.
14-year-old Bree Jones was the first student to lay eyes on Colt Gray, just moments before she says he began his deadly rampage.
Like, he knocked on the door. I went up, I saw him holding a bag and just pulling the gun out. I'm not sure what kind of bag was it, but I seen him pulling it out of a bag, and like, the gun was so big. Like,
Gray was her classmate, and their class the first he tried to enter, she tells CNN.
I always look out the door before I open it.
This poor girl, I can't imagine like the trauma that she's now going to live with for the rest of her life. Because a classmate of hers was mentally ill, didn't receive support, and as we see later, had a father who gave him a gun.
It's just like, it's a habit my mom taught me.
But as her teacher instructed her to let him back in, she said,
I know he has a gun. If I would have opened the door, then like, he would have got every single one of us in that class. And I don't want me, my teacher, my friends in the class, and my other classmates, I don't want none of us to get hurt. So
This girl was so fucking, to be able to catch that in like the time period of letting someone in through a door and being like, no, fuck that, and shutting the door. Good for you. Honestly, impressive thinking on your feet, but oh god, it's so sad that kids have to deal with this.
Didn't go like, I thank God that I did not open that door.
Jones said Gray moved on to her sister's class down the hall.
Colt shot my.
Could you imagine if the sister, like the guilt that this person would feel for the rest of their lives? This is the world that we're creating for our children. This is why the younger generations are all fucked. Because this is the type of world they live in. They're all getting traumatized fucking constantly.
My teacher, multiple times.
Malaysia Mitchell says she'll never be able to erase the image of her teacher, Richard Aspinwall, begging for help.
And we had to drag our...
Neither would I. That's horrific. I don't want to get too deep into the details because YouTube doesn't like that, Twitch doesn't like that, and I don't like that. But here, let's see what happened with Dad. Come on.
So I ended up having a seizure.
The 14-year-old suspect who allegedly caused all this pain in court today, with families of the victims just feet behind him.
You're charged with 4 counts of felony murder.
Just minutes after the suspected shooter left the courtroom, where he did not enter a plea, his father walked in for his own first appearance.
2 counts of felony murder in the second degree. You're charged with 4 counts felony involuntary manslaughter.
And he's charged with 8 counts of second-degree felony cruelty.
I entirely agree with if a parent has been shown to be so negligent that it is, you know, it's very clear that they played a part in this, in their kid doing a school shooting, then yeah, the parent should be held liable. A parent like this, then they really threw the book at him too. He's going away for life. This man's old. Look at him, his gray hair. He's gonna die in prison.
To children. An arrest warrant for Colin Gray alleges he gave his son a firearm when he knew his son was a threat to himself and to others. It's only the second time a parent has been charged in connection with a mass shooting.
Like that is a level that I think is enough. You know, that's the great. If you are aware that your kid is a danger to not only themselves but others, and you still give them what was an AR-15, might I add, then yeah, you are not only a negligent parent, but you are assisting in this massacre. Like you should be charged with manslaughter. You should be charged with second-degree murder. This man should go to prison. He is responsible for this. His son would not have been able to do this had he not given his son the gun.
Shooting carried out by their child.
The GBI has arrested Colin Gray.
Guilty of
Last April, in an unprecedented case, the parents of Ethan Crumley were each sentenced to 10 to 15 years for involuntary manslaughter. The DA in the case says Colt Gray may face additional charges.
You can anticipate there will be new charges.
Like, I mean, I am a little iffy on the idea of charging parents for their children's actions, but if it's this obvious, like this blatantly obvious that it's the kid's like parents' fault that the kid did the thing that he did, then yeah. So call logs show that 30 minutes before the shooting at the high school, the 14-year-old shooter's mother called the school, warned them of an extreme emergency. His family believed it was suicidal, homicidal. 30 minutes is a pretty good base of time. Like the fact that they didn't do anything. Not that they didn't do anything. The police did. Not a lot more people could have died. So I guess the mom giving the advance notice and the school being able to call the police did help. It's just not being framed that way. It just occurred to me as we were Australian government proposes social media age limit. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to take a break for a second and have a look at this. Fuck you, 6 News. One thing, what platforms would be banned for teens? Will legislate a minimum age for social media to keep children safe. That's Anthony Albanese. You know what? Honestly, I agree with this. I really don't think kids should be on social media. I don't think you should be on, like, I really don't even like people under 18 on the internet anymore. I've said this before. The internet has always been, a hostile and predatory place. When I was a kid, it was very much a hostile and predatory place, for so many reasons. And it's gotten better in some ways. It's gotten a lot worse in other ways. And it's gotten bad enough that I think that it is a harm enough to children that they just shouldn't be allowed to do it. Yes, there's the community aspects and the socialization and all, that's all understandable, but I don't think that outweighs the harm of the general internet on their mental health. I think there's probably ways that we could go about legislating something like this that would ban minors from the internet, but also allow them to have some of the spaces, like especially like LGBT teenagers thrive online because it's their safest place. something along the lines of what they would, something that would still include their needs, not just, fuck off, deal with it, We shouldn't do that, but I don't want teenagers using social media. So this is, it's unclear whether the minimum age for social media will be, although the PM has previously endorsed a campaign to ban anyone under 16. Fine, okay, 16 is fine. I'd really say 18.
Media, and here's why. We're putting age limits on social media, and here's why. One of the biggest things I hear from parents is that they're worried about their kids on social media. And as a mum myself, so am I. Social media can be a great thing. Look, I'm using it right now, but it's just not a place for kids before they're ready. It harms their development and it hurts their focus. And it's not just
Remember, just but beyond their development and their focus, remember that Meta has publicly stated that they are well aware that Instagram and Facebook are harmful to teenagers, that teenage girls who use Instagram are significantly more likely to develop like body image issues, eating disorders, self-harm, depression, suicidal behavior, that it statistically decreases like overall happiness and mental health. Especially in teenage girls, but in just general everybody, like even me, if I spend some time on Instagram, I'm gonna start feeling a little bad about myself. Everyone does, because it's bad for you. It's made to be this way. It makes you feel inadequate, but you want to compare yourself, so you keep going. And the more inadequate you feel uncomfortable, and you try and get away from it by scrolling, because the entire concept of social media on your phone, the reason you scroll like this is because it's like you're playing a slot machine. Your brain is just waiting for the hit of dopamine when you land on the jackpot, when you swipe into something that you care about. That's why you're swiping like that all the time. That's why you open your phone when you're just like doing something, and you'll open your phone for no reason, and we'll just look at your like open screen, and then you'll shut it, and you'll do that 3 or 4 times. That's why. It's because you're addicted to it, like a drug. And that's the whole point of social media, is to addict you to it like a drug, because they only make money when you're on it. That's why it's called the attention economy. As much time as you spend on these websites, the more profitable it is for them. And therefore, they want you to be addicted to it. And it's been literally developed. All of these companies hire psychologists out the ass to sit there and think about ways that they can make their product as engulfing into your life, as time-consuming and addictive as possible. It's the same reason that supermarkets will constantly change their layout so you don't know where things are and you'll have to walk through. There's the same reason that they'll keep like milk all the way in the back, because it's one of the things that people just normally just go only for milk, and then they have to go all the way to the back and buy other stuff. That's why they play the music they do. That's why they use the colors they do and the height. That's like all corporations are doing this. Pepsi spent like $1 million on just their logo. Social media companies are the worst offenders of this. To the point where they've had to testify to Congress in the US. Mark Zuckerberg had to testify, not even just like other Meta workers.
Parents telling me that. It's kids and young people too. Parents are trying to manage.
And this is not even accounting for misinformation, not just political misinformation, but just in general, about climate change, about queer people, about religion, just general lies about health and safety. When I was a kid, there was like a meme that was on I was on Tumblr, and I think it came from 4chan, of like, hey, you should mix bleach and ammonia and like blow on it through a straw. It'll make really cool crystals. Which, by the way, do not do that. Do not ever do that, because that will kill you. But that was a meme. That was a regularly posted piece of content back in my day on the internet. My point stands, Sorry, well, let's finish what she was saying. The MP from Victoria, Jacinta Allen.
Parents telling me that. It's kids and young people too. Parents are trying to manage content on devices at home, but it's hard. It's like a social media tsunami they feel they can't stop. So it's time to give parents the power to push back, not against kids.
Can't stop it. No matter the amount of parental controls that you can put on devices, sure. There's always a way around them, and kids will find that. Give them time and motivation. They want to do something that they're not allowed to do. They will figure out a way to do it.
But against the tech giants. That's why we're going to put age limits on social media. These rules won't target parents or kids, but they'll target the tech giants because they're the ones we need to hold to account.
If this is true, I do support that. The idea of regulating the industry rather than the people affected by the industry is a surprisingly smart idea. Maybe I've just been thinking about American politics for too long. Hey, Cheeseburger, are Australian politicians usually like this, or are they just as dumb as us? Please let me know.
Now, there's a bit more work to do, which is why we'll be talking with parents, teachers and kids about what should and shouldn't be included. Age limits will help parents at home and help protect kids from harm. This won't solve everything, but it's the right place to start.
Look, I agree. It is a good place to start. I do think that we need pretty heavy regulation on the tech industry, on tech giants like Facebook, like Meta rather, on TikTok. Like we're already kind of doing that, but for the wrong reasons. Twitter, big fucking, huge. Twitter really needs regulation. It is a cesspool right now. It's where Nazis go to hang out. And it's also, it happens to be where the world's journalists gathered for breaking news, It's difficult to coexist in a space like this, especially when the owner of the website regularly not only, posts questionable things, but outright signal boost Nazi propagandists and white nationalists and just horrible people. I mean, not surprising considering you might be part of the Trump administration now, but it's, of course it makes it harder for parents to moderate stuff. I mean, God, I hope there's not many kids on Twitter, because the only other parts of Twitter exist are like porn Twitter and so deeply mentally ill that they need unmoderated spaces to, I don't know, decline their mental health further actively. That's kind of it. I don't know. It's scary. But social media is a big cause of a lot of the stresses that young people face today. I don't know. Going back to the shooting stuff. I know we had a little bit of fun, something more interesting, well, not more interesting, but less heavy, but we still have to finish this. So yeah, so the charges filed against the Georgia father. Suspect test emerging legal strategy, which is, the emerging legal strategy is hold parents accountable when they're very clearly committing, either a crime or enabling their kid to commit a crime. We kind of got the rundown of this from that CNN video, but so the next two images I'm going to show you, they're not graphic, but they are really, really sad. One of them genuinely made me cry. So let's start with this one. From Jennifer Carter, a teacher at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. I lied to my kids today in second period. I told them it was just a drill. I told them to get behind the couches, quote. Thank God I ditched desks and have bulky furniture and be quiet. The more quiet we are, the faster the drill will end. I knew it was a lie. I knew this was what I always planned my furniture arrangement for every year. My kids were able to hide and not panic for over 10 minutes until we heard banging on the doors, walkie-talkies, and yelling in the hallway. Then I had to come clean. Oh, hello, Captain. Captain. Where were we? Then I had to come clean. My kids, and that's what they are, not just my students, they are my kids, were so brave. They still trusted me and did exactly what I asked. I felt so helpless. 18 of my kids. All I can do was ask them to listen to me and to hide. It was the worst 20 minutes of my career. 18 kids depending on me. Anna, who I imagine is this person's daughter, somewhere in the building, unable to get to me or me to her. No idea what's going on. More yelling, banging on doors, and finally the door is opening and we're evacuated to the football field. Cops are everywhere, guns pointed at us as we leave, and still they do exactly what I ask. My kids. Frantically looking for Anna until I have her with me, all 19 of my kids safe. My planning paid off, planning I wish I never had to actually execute. This teacher is just, she's an American hero. I cannot think of any other way to describe her. And thank God for her planning of how to, hide if something like this was supposed to happen. This should never be the case. Teachers should not be planning their furniture assignments in their classrooms in case someone starts shooting people in the building. These children should not have to grow up knowing that this happened to them. You're the first Twitch streamer that didn't call me a Russian spy or explode. Why would I call you a Russian spy? Your name is the Captain. I mean, like, are Russians very into captains, like ship captains, or what? Like, I don't know. Do you fly a plane? What do you do? What are you the captain of? Well, I have no idea why I would think. Okay, the Twitch Pulse streamers that called you a Russian spy or exploded are retarded. That's why. That's why they did that. Unless you said something first that implied that, or made them think that. But if you just like came in and you're just like, hey, like you did, and they said that, no, those people are stupid as fuck. Someone thought it was for Putin? C4 Putin. Okay, yeah, that person is stupid. I cannot describe them in any nicer of a way of subpar intelligence. C4 Putin? Really? Not captain? That's, I don't know, whatever. Okay, this post made me cry. I'm not going to do it this time, but Jesus Christ. So, my kid had a genuine lockdown today. I say to her, why did you write that on your arm? It says, love, mom and dad. She says, in case the bad guy got to us and I got killed, you and daddy would know that I love you. She started to cry. No child should have the forethought of, you guys realize, right, that the idea to this child of I need to write something on my physical body in case, I mean, look at this arm and the person, like the kid. This looks like at most they're 15, I guess, maybe 16. You shouldn't have the life experience at this age to have the forethought of, oh yeah, I should, write something on my body so I could be identified, or I can leave a message in case I get killed. You're in school. It's just horrible. I mean, it's beyond horrible. It's just like, it's disturbing. It's disgusting that this is the country that we have allowed to emerge, and that we don't, like, the same people that yell and scream about the safety and sanctity of children are the same people that block any attempts to stop this from occurring. Anything. Like, in my entire lifetime, the only real piece of gun legislation that I can recall being passed was the ban on bump stocks after the Las Vegas shooting. And that was done during the Trump administration, and even that got overturned. Even that. That was the only real thing that we had done, and no, they're like, no, you can still have bump stocks. Fuck that. It's...
This breaking news right now.
Now let's move from Georgia to Kentucky, where this one's a bit, actually, wild. This one isn't a school shooting. It's a bit more niche than that.
In Kentucky, where police are in a desperate manner.
I am a leftist. Right off the bat, left. I am not a progressive. I'm not a conservative. I am a socialist. I am on the left. Now, what kind of socialist I am, that's up for debate. I haven't, like, I know I'm not a Marxist-Leninist. I'm not the tanky kind of leftist, but there's lots of different political ideology, like, not political, there's lots of different ways of looking at socialism, and I tend to just amalgamate a few. I don't read bunch theory. I have read Capital back in the day, but I'm much more of just rational, look at reality and what would make the world better, and critically analyze information that's given to me type person. I don't know. It just, my opinions just seem to land on what seems to make sense. What's your political leaning, Captain?
Manhunt.
Oh, by the way, I really hope you stick around, because I really like just saying, what you doing, Captain?
After a shooting spree on an interstate. They are looking for this man, Joseph Couch. Police say he is armed and dangerous. This afternoon, investigators say they found his car and the suspected weapon. He used an AR-15. Authorities say Couch shot into cars as they passed by on Interstate 75 in rural Laurel County. 5 people were wounded in.
This one was pretty niche. We don't often see a case of a guy with an AR-15 on the highway firing into random cars passing by. Never seen that one before. Sorry, that was Advil. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm not laughing. This isn't funny. It's just, it's interesting because this one is strange.
The attack. One of the drivers told CNN about the harrowing experience.
We just heard this deafening loud sound, and it sounded like a rock went through my back window, and our ears were ringing, and we just looked at each other and we were like, was that a gunshot? And then we were like, that can't be a gunshot, because we're...
Well, I mean, it's pretty wild. Let's look at some photos. Some footage of what
Hear gunshots. And my colleague Jillian Sykes actually just spoke with one of the survivors of this incident who was injured by the gunfire. Her name is Rebecca Poirier, and she's a 28-year-old woman who was driving her car along with her husband and her 4-year-old son. And what you're seeing there is the picture of her car with the window.
So I'm still I'm still unclear on whether the fact that this man was standing or driving while he was shooting. The active manhunt is underway. This was the second day. All 5 victims are in stable condition. The active shooter situation occurred near Interstate 75, about 9 miles north of the city of London, where numerous persons have been shot. 9 vehicles have been shot into. Yeah, I don't understand. Well, they found his car, so clearly he had a car, but was he in his car shooting out of the car, or was he standing in the on the what's the thing called that's on the side of the interstate where you're supposed to pull off to? There's a word for that. I like that take. Say I'm a progressive until a point where things become socially destructive. I see it on case policy basis. I'm absolutely not for abolishing capitalism. That's absurd and impossible unless people love powerful governments. Look, yeah, off ramp. I disagree with your take on capitalism, but I do agree that it would need to be done very well, because if messed up, it would result in worse, not better policies. And it would need to start in the United States. I am in favor of slowly working towards that goal, obviously not just abolishing capitalism. That's not going to work unless the whole world is doing it at the same time. But I am in favor of nationalizing certain key industries, especially ones that have shown quite a lot of corruption, price gouging problems, or just general, greediness. Pharmaceutical industry, I think we should nationalize. I think all food production and also selling food in the U.S. should be nationalized. I think energy companies should be nationalized. Housing should be national. Yes, exactly. Okay. We agree on all of those. And telecommunications I add in there too. Anything that's considered essential for humans, I think should just be nationalized. Cool. Glad we agree on that. But yeah, so crazy guy shot a bunch of people on the highway. We really need to do something about gun violence, and half the country won't allow us to do literally anything about it. Ay, what are we gonna do? All right, we've come down to the last two topics, neither of which I really want to talk about. All right, let's start with you. So, just a couple of this was just yesterday actually. These are people protesting for the resignation of Netanyahu in Tel Aviv. Now, obviously, most Israelis do agree with the war. In fact, I have Pew polling from Israel to pull up after this, but much of them don't like Netanyahu. And so this is a massive protest, especially since it's been made illegal to protest the war in Israel. I mean, you get arrested for that. This is protesting Netanyahu, so maybe it's slightly different. But a very large crowd turned out for this protest. Now, here's the fucky bits of it. At least half of Israelis believe certain social media content related to the war should be censored. 92% of Israelis, percentage of Israeli adults who, when thinking about the war between Israel and Hamas, say people blank be allowed to post each of the following on social media sites. 92% of Israelis think that you should not be allowed to call for violence. 87% show that you should not show support for Hamas. 72% of Israelis think that it should be not allowed to post videos or images showing graphic violence in the war. That one I think is really important to touch on. I agree with what you say, the captain. Like that, to me, that is a good start at the very least. It's a step on the right path. But regarding this, 72% of Israelis don't think you should be able to post any graphic images or videos regarding the war. Obviously, this is because, you know, lots of people have become the videos and of what's going on in Gaza have affected the entire world to the point where Israel is hated by most countries now. At least the government of Israel, and often the median voter of said country, because the median voter of every country is fucking stupid. This just says we don't want videos of, you know, Palestinians being murdered online so that people stop hating us, instead of us stopping murdering Palestinians and posting, you know, videos of it online, because the IDF itself posts some of these. Posts that express sympathy for civilians in Gaza. 59% of Israelis don't think you should be allowed to express sympathy for civilians in Gaza. Civilians, not insurgents, not terrorists, not Hamas. Civilians, the children, the women, the doctors, the journalists, the just people living their lives that are getting incinerated at any given point in time. Half of Israelis don't think that posts that criticize the Israeli government's actions in the war should be allowed either. Percentage of Israeli adults who post or share on social media about political or social issues, most don't. And most Israelis don't post about the war. Jewish Israelis are more likely than Arab Israelis to support censoring social media content about the war. Oh, who's surprised about this? Not me. 70% of Jewish Israelis think that posts that express sympathy for civilians in Gaza should not be allowed. 70%. 70. I don't know where this 18% of Arab Israelis comes from. It's probably the same as like Hispanic people who vote Republican because in their mind they came to the country legally and worked really hard for it, and they don't want someone getting in for free or like, you know, without difficulty. So they vote Republican because Republicans say they're hard on immigration. As for international law, the U.S. needs to make up its mind. Either we respect borders to 100% or human rights separate. I don't know what you mean. The UN can't make up its mind because the Security Council is fucked with veto power. The UN would have condemned Israel like a year ago, almost, had it not been for America vetoing everything. The UN can't do anything when there's a veto power involved. I think that just needs to be removed. I think the Security Council needs to be reshuffled, and I think veto power just needs to be removed. I think you should need, like, I don't know, a majority of the Security Council to veto something. At the very least, like, have a discussion about it. The UN is fucked. If you think about it, Taiwan, Ukraine, and Gaza are all underpinned by those conflicting ideas. Well, Taiwan is, like, I don't think anything's going to occur. I don't think China's actually going to invade Taiwan. I think they're just, like, puffing up their chest, but it's not worth it for them to. America has put in the CHIPS Act, so we're now trying to move, like, advanced microchip and semiconductor manufacturing to the United States, so that if China did invade Taiwan in a couple of years, then we may not care as much, because the only reason we really do care is, well, we care because they're an ally, but the reason we really care is that 90-something% of advanced microchips are made in Taiwan, and we need to have those. That too, they have articles that both sides of conflicts could, up until this point, legitimately argue. No, they didn't. Like the ICJ and the ICC, definitely don't think Israel is, 100% in the clear. They're being pressured as well by other side. Like, the international community agrees that Israel is in the wrong and they're committing a genocide. It's just American influence that's stopping the flood of everyone else. Of, like, France, Germany for its own reason. I guess maybe because they feel bad about the Holocaust, now they have to support the genocide of Palestinians with Israel. I don't know. Germany's off their shit too. But like France, Italy, I don't know. Europe has really gone full Nazi, hasn't it? Now that I think about it. I mean, like, France beat Le Pen in their, like, election, but there's still a lot of Nazis in France. I don't know. Most of the world would condemn Israel had it not been for American pressure, and would do so now, though. Posts that criticize the Israeli government actions in the war. 55% of Israeli Jews think you should not be allowed to post that. 31% of Arab Israelis don't think you should be allowed to post that. Most of them, both sides, videos or images showing graphic violence in the war. They don't want to feel bad. They don't want to see that on their timeline and feel guilty because they are complicit in what their government is doing. They don't want other people in other countries to see what their government is doing and then, hate them for it. It's messed up. And again, I keep saying this every single time. The state of Israel, and by extension the United States, is increasing rates of anti-Semitism by conflating Zionism and Judaism. You can be a Zionist without being a Jew. You can be a Jew without being a Zionist. Judaism and Israel are not the same thing. They are not conflated. Many Jewish people are, at the moment, anti-Zionists and have been beforehand. And there are many Jewish people that are pro-Palestinian. This does not make it anti-Semitic. What does create anti-Semitism is the conflation of the two by saying all Jews are Israeli, or all Israelis are Jews, or you have to like Israel if you're Jewish. Then you are conflating the two and increasing anti-Semitism. It's literally what the Nazis are doing, but it's also what Israel and the U.S. government are doing, and the mainstream media. The Nazis are loving this shit, because the more they do this, the more they can claim something like, oh, look, the Jews are all controlling the media. Look at what they're doing to the American media and having them like their whipped dog. Like, I've seen these posts on Twitter, and they're getting worse because of the conflation of the two. Israelis have different views of social media content about the war depending on their ideology. Well, even 25% of left-wing Israelis think that you should not be allowed to post sympathy for civilians in Gaza. Jesus Christ. Like, I get it, but like, Germany's cooked anyway. I mean, didn't the Nazis just win like their election there and take power? The AfD. Alternative for Deutschland. Like, look at this. This is fucked. 29% of left-wing Israelis don't think that you should be able to criticize the government's actions in the war. 61% of left-wing Israelis don't think that you should be able to show images. This is, I mean, like, it's not surprising. Did NATO condemn Israel? I don't remember NATO condemning Israel, Captain. I remember, like, members of NATO condemning Israel, like Turkey and, actually, I think it's just Turkey that I remember actually from NATO specifically condemning Israel, but, if you have a link about that, send that, through chat, please. I'd like to see it. So, American activist shot dead by Israeli forces in the West Bank at a protest, eyewitnesses say. A young Turkish-American woman, Ayşenur Eygi, was shot and killed in the Israeli-occupied West Bank on Friday, according to U.S. and Palestinian officials, while she was taking part in a protest near Nablus. NATO is helping Israel with its... yeah, well, of course NATO is helping Israel because America is helping Israel. Eygi was shot in the head by Israeli forces responding to a gathering, according to two eyewitnesses who spoke to CNN. The 26-year-old had been participating in a weekly protest against an Israeli settlement near the Palestinian village of Beita. They also said the IDF has admitted to firing at the demonstrators. In a statement, the IDF added that its forces were, quote, responding with fire towards a main instigator of violent activity who hurled rocks at the forces and posed a threat to him. First of all, weak-ass fucking excuse. A guy throwing rocks at you is a threat enough to the IDF for you to shoot them? He's throwing rocks at you, my guy. Like, sack up a bit. Jesus Christ. Eygi had been volunteering with International Solidarity Movement, the same pro-Palestinian activist group as Rachel Corrie, a U.S. citizen who was killed in 2003 while trying to block an Israeli bulldozer from razing Palestinian homes in Gaza. Quote, this morning brought the awful news that Israeli troops reportedly killed recent UW graduate Ayşenur Eygi in the West Bank. University of Washington President Anna Marie Kaus said in a statement, Ayşenur was a peer mentor in psychology and who helped welcome new students to the department and provided a positive influence in their lives. Protests at Beita are common. The Palestinian town is next to a ramshackled Israeli settler outpost known as Eviatar. The settlement was unauthorized by the Israeli state until it was legalized earlier this year. All Israeli settlements are considered illegal under international law. The U.S. has backed this. The UN has consistently made this clear. The ICJ, the ICC, all of these settlements are illegal. Israel just doesn't care, and we won't give them consequences. The Palestinian Ministry of Health in Ramallah said that the activists arrived in Rafidia Governmental Hospital with serious occupation gunshot wounds to the head. Medical teams have announced her death after resuscitation attempts and treatment. It added, Eygi held both U.S. and Turkish citizenship. U.S. officials are looking into the deadly incident, which they will do nothing about. And the Turkish government has said that it holds Israel responsible for her death. Israel is responsible for her death. They literally shot her. Sarah Wagen, she's a very popular alternative for AfD, but she is very conservative left socially. No, not a fan of conservative left I'm not a fan of centrists, liberals, conservative left socially. To me, just says centrist lib. Not a fan. Germany's cooked. I've seen the actual leftist parties polls there. They're getting like 4%? Nothing. There's no leftists in Germany. The Nazis killed them all. Are you from Germany, by the way, Captain? You seem to know a decent amount. That's why I'm asking. So, as people were running away, a live fire was shot. Eyewitnesses described moments leading up to her killing. Aggie was crouched near a dumpster at the bottom of a hill when gunfire began. Vivi Chen, who volunteered for Fazza, another pro-Palestinian group, which works in partnership with ISM, said Chen confirmed Aggie was there with ISM. We were all at the bottom of the hill and the Israeli army was at the top. There were 2 volunteers sitting behind a dumpster. They fired one shot at the dumpster. It hit a metal plate. It hit a metal plane, rather. And then another shot, and they shot her in the head. A video shared with CNN by Shen shows paramedics wrestling her body into the stretcher. Obviously can't show that. It is objectively true that the Israeli military knowingly and willingly shot her in the head, knowing that she was not a threat to them. I can say this with 100% certainty. Even the U.S. National Security Council spokesperson, Sean Savat, said earlier the U.S. was, quote, deeply disturbed by Aggie's killing. We're not going to do anything about it, obviously, but, you know. U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Jack Lew, confirmed that Aggie, who was born in Turkey, was the victim and said the embassy was, quote, urgently gathering more information about the circumstances of her death. Maybe just check the general videos all over Twitter, maybe. Working in Africa. I would really love to go to Scandinavia. Oh, cool. What you doing in Africa? That sounds really interesting. I really understand not wanting to go back to Germany for the rest of your life. I've traveled a decent amount too. I've lived in Turkey, Montenegro. I've spent a little bit of time in Germany, and all over the United States. And I've lived in one part of Australia, but I've been to several parts of Australia. Traveling is fun. I've always really wanted to go to Scandinavia, but Iceland. God, I've always wanted to go to Iceland so badly. But yeah, the thought of going to Turkey and spending the rest of my life there is a non-starter for me. Honestly, even the States in a lot of cases. I don't know. Oh yeah, also they continue to airstrike the fucking West Bank while this is all happening. Now, activist Rob Sadler describes the killing of American-Turkish activist Ayşenur Ezgi Ege by the Israeli military in the occupied West Bank. Let's have a look at what they have to say.
I was present when Ayşenur Ege was murdered by the Israeli military. I want to start by immediately refuting the Israeli army statement that they were firing towards somebody who was presenting harm to them. They fired at a crowd 200 meters away from them down the road. They fired from a vantage point. A sniper fired from a building. They fired 1 or 2 shots and they targeted and murdered Ayşenur.
Look, it's been very, very, very clear since the very beginning of this war that Israel has a disdain for activists, journalists, protesters, aid workers. Again, how many aid workers have been killed in Gaza to the point where aid workers are not going into Gaza anymore? We're not bringing them aid because all of the organizations that were responsible for that pulled out because they kept getting shot at by Israel. Remember the time where an aid truck that was in contact with the IDF driving through a demilitarized zone on their, I think it was their 4th of 5 trips that day back in contact. A fucking caravan of 3 of them driving, and the first car gets hit with an Israeli drone strike. The people get out of that car, bring the survivors to the next car. The convoy continues for another 500 meters before the second car gets shot with another Israeli drone. They do that again, bring the survivors to the third car. They're frantically on the phone with the IDF, hey, come on, this is us. Don't stop shooting at us. we're supposed to be doing this. You guys know we've been doing this for hours. And then they drive like another kilometer, and then the last aid vehicle gets shot at too, and they all die. How about the fact that more journalists have been killed just this year in Israel's like genocide against Gaza than every other conflict all around the world this year? I can't think of a conflict that has been so focused on killing journalists anywhere, even in Ukraine, where there's like an actual war going on, not just like a one-sided slaughter. I would love to learn more about Gaza. I'm quite limited, admittedly, knowledge. I know that it's a bloodbath. The Israeli government lies and lies and lies. Look, I have a few videos about Gaza. I've made a few recent ones. In fact, I talk about it a decent amount. I try and be as objective as I can, but it's only so objective you can get when, like you said, Israel just openly lies. They tried to pass off which example do I want to give? Because I've given a few of these a couple of times. The first example that I remember seeing was a calendar on a wall that the IDF claimed was a sign-in sheet for Hamas members to like sign in to look after the hostages. It turned out to be just like the work schedule for the building. It was like these are people clocking in for work and clocking out. That was what it was. It was just written in Arabic, and they didn't bother to they didn't care. Like, no one's gonna translate this. Here we go. This is a Hamas sign-in sheet for looking at Palestine, for taking care of the Israeli hostages. That's what they think. That's what Benjamin Netanyahu would have said. That's what Yoav Gallant said. I mean, it gets so much worse than that, Catton. I suggest watching my video on Israel's concentration camps. That one's really disturbing, though, but pretty informative. Ukraine is pretty bad, but like I said, Ukraine is an actual war.
A few weeks ago, another American activist was non-fatally shot at the same site. Israel feels that they can act with impunity and attack and use lethal force against not only peaceful Palestinian demonstrators, but international human.
They've also bombed hospitals, hospitals, ambulances, refugee. They don't care. They hate you. They hate all of you. They hate us, all of us. They are genuinely the most Hitlerite I've ever seen anyone get. The war in Ukraine is not a genocide. It's a war. It could have been, but it's not. In fact, more Russians have died than Ukrainians. That's stupid. You've interacted with some dumb people, I imagine. But yeah, on this case, just a reminder that in like the first 2 weeks of the war, Israel systematically wiped out like every Palestinian journalist and their family by like hitting them in their homes with airstrikes so that there were no Palestinian journalists left. That was like their fucking start to the war, is make sure that all the journalists are dead. I don't know how to make commands work, so if I was supposed to set up something to make that happen, it won't happen. Are you trying to open something from Discord or link something on Discord? Ah, thank you. I really appreciate that. Wow, that's very nice of you, Captain. Okay, I want to move off of this depressing topic onto, this. Oh, actually, I can't view this because fucking paywall, but even Haaretz, Israeli media, says eyewitnesses say Israeli army shot at the American activists when there were no clashes. This is Israeli media admitting it. That's how you know that they have gotten caught so deep in the lie that they have to admit it. Let me get a couple more links open. Because Israel has been a busy boy today. Or recently, I guess. As I'm skipping through, here are some Holocaust survivors that say stop the genocide in Gaza. For everyone that likes to say that supporting Palestinians is anti-Semitic and that, you know, criticizing the Israeli government's regime and their active genocide of Palestinians is somehow anti-Semitic, you want to call this Holocaust survivor an anti-Semite? Or the daughter of this Holocaust survivor an anti-Semite? Or the granddaughter? Any of you? I didn't think so, because it's not anti-Semitic. I love seeing this. I love seeing evidence of it, and I love seeing that there are people that are paying attention. I mean, I know plenty of Jewish people that don't support Israel. I know a few that used to and no longer do. And I love seeing it. Now, this is a volunteer in the... Thank you! I really appreciate that. Crazier music. You guys are awesome. So, yes, this is a different activist. This is not related to the killing of the American activist in Gaza, but this is just another activist in the West Bank. Sorry, that was in West Bank, not Gaza. Describes settler violence against Palestinians. I tried my best. I had to put something on Patreon, so I made one that I think was like the lowest I could put it, like $1 or something, just to have it. Because the idea of supporting me, I feel like it should be more important that you should want to. It's not about money. It's you like my ideas, you like what I'm saying, and you want to support me. And I like that better because I like doing this. This has been kind of like my life stream for a very long time. I always wanted to just talk about politics online. I was always really afraid to until just a couple of months ago. It's on my YouTube stream links, like it's in the description of the YouTube stream, but you can just, I'll actually just, I have to open Discord. Let me just link you to my YouTube. My Discord's a little dead at the moment because I am still small and growing, but I am trying my best to keep it somewhat active. Discord's a hard one for me. But I will definitely try to, if you have any recommendations for on the Discord as well, feel free to, you know, say something. I'm always happy to take in not only just advice, but like criticism, ideas. I'm happy to engage with people that disagree with me. I want honest, authentic engagement, genuine. Like I want someone who believes what they're saying to talk to me, which is somewhat difficult to find in this modern political climate. I mean, a lot of people just don't believe what they say. Who knows?
Briefly explain what's happening right now.
So what's happening is right now we're having a mass attack of settlers. Tens and tens, maybe 100 settler youths came down mass, and they're attacking. They're shooting live rounds.
How many live rounds?
We are currently in the village of Kusra. Uncountable. There's been multiple people injured.
Remember that all of these settlements are illegal, and yet there are hundreds of Israeli settlers storming and attacking Palestinians. All of them are illegal. Every single bit of this is illegal, and yet it still happens. And beyond that, it's not just that they're settlers doing this illegally on their own. The Israeli government often funds them, gives them tools, tents. A lot of them, like I've seen photos of pop-up settlements that are occurring in the West Bank, and all of them have the same gear, the same tents, the same umbrellas, like it's very clearly an organized system of going about it. And also, a lot of Israeli settlers they're like Americans from Brooklyn or from New Jersey that go to Israel because they're Israeli Jews, and the Israeli government will pay you to do that. Will pay you to come from a Western country and then go set up a settlement in Israel, steal a house of a Palestinian. It's obscene.
How many?
At least one in the ambulance, another who refused care, and I've seen multiple boys with smaller blood wounds as well. Right now, these youths are trying to defend the village. There has been houses set on fire. lots of fire. They've gone and destroyed.
Hey, I would appreciate any help you can give me. Definitely, I'll chat you on Discord after the stream at some point. I mean, it is going to be a bit late for me by the time this is done, but I don't think I'll be going to bed, so I'll definitely chat with you a bit on Discord. I'd like to hear your opinions. I'm really glad you found my stream too. It makes me happy when there's people who come in and they not only enjoy my content, but they enjoy engaging with me and others. I mean, chat's been a little dead today. Usually I have a couple more like friends that I know personally that come and watch my stuff that start conversations. But this is the time that most of my Australian friends are going to bed and most of my American friends are going to work. By the way, you might want to tune in on Wednesday because I will be covering the Kamala Harris-Donald Trump debate live. Sorry, Tuesday for you if you live... I'm not sure if it's Tuesday or Wednesday in Europe, but in America it'll be Tuesday. It'll be 10:30 on Wednesday for me when the debate starts. But I will be covering it live, and then I will be doing my opinion and analysis of the debate after it's over. So tune in for that because I'm really excited. That's going to be really fun. Yeah.
Destroyed property. They come into the olive fields to try and set fire to the olive fields. The youth, this is in the town of Quds. This is Palestinian territory, uncontested, and they come down to try and set.
Again, illegal, and they do not care. They just will continue every time. Oh, oops. There we go. So, this is from yesterday as well. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu has instructed the military and defense forces to prepare for a significant operation against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, aimed at securing the return of residents to their homes and stopping further attacks in northern Israel. Been saying this for a while. This is slowly building up. Israel is cooking. They are going to invade southern Lebanon. If I was a betting girl, I would put money that it would happen in the second or third week of October, because Benjamin Netanyahu, again, wants Donald Trump to win, and Democrats already are very much not in favor of Israel's actions. If they were to start a greater regional conflict, and we still support them, many Democrats may think twice about voting for Kamala Harris, and I think that that's exactly what they're going to do. Honestly, I'd be surprised if they didn't do it. Today, Israel was bombing Syria while also attacking Palestine and Lebanon. Not a peep from the international community, very true. They've been bombing Lebanon. Lebanon's shooting rockets back at them, back and forth. It's been a bit of a little bit of a tennis match with them, just warming up for the big game. They have not stopped airstriking Palestine for like a year now, whether it's the West Bank or whether it's Gaza. And Syria, I have no idea why they're attacking Syria. Why? They blew up a, what was it? An IRGC scientific research center in Masyaf. Why? Just because they're Syrian? The claim was that they were attacking Iran-backed militants that were in Syria. Why the fuck was Israel attacking them? Who cares if they were Iran-backed militants? They were not doing anything to Israel. Oh, hello. And again, I'll say this many, many times. Just leave Iran the fuck alone. They don't want war regionally. They don't like us and they don't like Israel, sure, but if you incentivize them to chill the fuck out and we chill the fuck out, they're not gonna start a war. Iran just wants stability in the Middle East. They want to be what they already are functionally, the regional hegemon of the Middle East, because, you know, the only other options are Turkey and Saudi Arabia, and Iran is the more respected of those countries among the Middle East. Turkey's trying really, really, really hard to match Iran there and be seen as the de facto hegemon. Saudi Arabia thinks it's them, but they're not even a real fucking country. By the way, you ask what I what work I do? Maritime shipping, goods, not people. Well, I'm glad it's not people. Interesting. I actually have a history of working in logistics. That's actually, I've done a video, in fact, on maritime shipping when we were talking about, it was a little while back. It was a video about food in general. I was talking about famine, and we got into the Ukraine-Russia war, and then Israel-Palestine and how that affected global logistics. And I brought up maps of like global shipping lanes and how the ships were diverted. Instead of going through the Suez Canal, they had to go all the way around Africa, and the added cost of wages, fuel, and the added cost of the goods inside. Oh, with people, I mean passenger vessels, just by the way. Right, okay, I thought you meant like goods, because that was a topic that I got really into. But cool. I mean, logistics is a fun industry, honestly. If you like that kind of stuff. If you like numbers, maps, data, hell yeah, that shit is fun. It was probably my favorite job I had other than this one. Now, this one. Israeli warplanes launch a series of airstrikes targeting several houses in Al-Manara neighborhood in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza Strip. Again, they just never stop bombing Gaza. Now I want to discuss what has happened to journalism, because are you kidding me? No, go away. I don't want this. Okay, I don't think we even need this thing. So, oh, hello, Sweetie Pete. Welcome back. So, actually, before we get to this, I just want to preface this with, obviously, there has been a lot of talk about the proposed anti-Semitism of any criticism of Israel. Now, most major media outlets have refrained, for the most part, from criticizing Israel, especially for like the first 6-7 months of the war. It was only somewhat recently that it was very clear. I remember the day that Israel did something that pissed Biden off, and then that was the first time that I saw like the New York Times and media outlets like that posting images of Gaza. And so obviously the media has been a bit neutered by not just, I don't mean to say Israel neutered the media, it's more the US has neutered media on behalf of Israel, because Israel is still a strategic asset for us. And that has harmed journalism everywhere. It's not as bad now as it was in the States, because it's been so long and there's been so much. The West did neuter the media, yeah. But, I mean, the East's media is not unneutered either. You think you're getting objective analysis of reality from state media from Russia or China? No, I mean, we covered the fact that Russian state media is trying to like covertly influence us over here. There is no objective journalism over there either. It has gotten less bad in the US, especially since the last 3 months, because people have been much more vocal about it. There was much, like, the DNC didn't mention really any Palestinians, yet there was still the uncommitted votes outside. There's been more talk about it. And the news media kind of has to cover it now, because it's been so long, and I mean, we arrested students that were protesting and framed them. I was called a Nazi communist terrorist for saying that, a Nazi communist and a terrorist at the same time, all three of those things, for saying that the student protesters at Columbia were on the right side of history, and that they were comparable to Vietnam War protesters who also were protesting at Columbia in a very similar fashion. That's not happening anymore, not from big like news media at the very least. However, as a result of things like this, especially in other countries, such as like the UK, such as Australia. Australia recently made it technically, I think in New South Wales specifically, it is considered hate speech to criticize Israel in some fashion. Like I mean, even in America, they've also put it into law that a certain degree of criticism of Israel is considered as hate speech. And this leads to things like this. The BBC, quote, accused of bias against Israel in coverage in Gaza conflict. Now, they claim is that the BBC breached its own editorial guidelines of impartiality more than 1,500 times during the height of the conflict and revealed, quote, deeply worrying patterns of bias. This is entirely untrue, first of all. Sure, Russia and Chinese state media are state-run and are propaganda, especially Russia. That said, though, I have lots to say about Russia and the relationship between... There could have been... Okay, I agree entirely with you. In fact, I agree enough that I'm going to pause this and I want to say something about that. The only reason that Russia is the way that it is now is entirely the US's fault. After the fall of the Soviet Union, we could have come in and helped Russia rebuild, helped them transition to capitalism. And instead, what we did is we raped them. We raped their economy entirely. We took everything we could from them. We treated them like trash. I mean, the Berlin Wall came down and we hadn't even denazified half of Germany. The other half of Germany was now like rich and looking down on the poor other half, which also led to the rise of Nazism in Germany today. We fucked all of that up entirely, and it is entirely our fault. It's the same with Iran. We used to be good friends with Iran. Remember? Like pre-revolution? You know why they had their revolution? It was because of us. We fucked up. American foreign policy has always incentivized paranoia and militarism rather than cooperation and incentivizing good behavior that would benefit everybody. We have to be, we've been America first for so long that this is what happens. I mean, in fact, even just the Cold War could have been avoided if we were just a bit, nicer to the Soviets, I guess. Like, obviously the Soviet Union had its own problems. Stalin was not great. Lenin had good ideas until he got corrupted by power, which often happens. I mean, power corrupts everybody. We all agree with this, even socialists agree. Well, I mean, some of us do, at the very least. There's the tankies that like that, but we'll leave that to them. But yes, it is entirely our fault. And regarding like state-owned media doesn't necessarily mean the media is propaganda and that it's bad. It just means it likely is, because you would need to have lots of safeguards, or like the state can own the media, but the media still has to be free. Putin also cracked down on free media after many color revolutions and coups in Eastern Europe. What do you define what you mean by color revolutions? Because people like have different meanings when they say that. And it's also a word that Russia often uses, so I'm not sure if you're getting it from their meaning. Please continue, though. I am curious. In the meantime, I'm gonna... So, former BBC executive Danny Cohen called for independent inquiry into the news coverage following the publication of this report, which was compiled by a collection of 20 lawyers, 20 data scientists, and using AI to analyze 9 million words. I really do want the... I need this other link. This is the one that has the... fucking paywalls. Everything has to be a paywall. Can I copy all? Can I copy all? Yes. Yes. Okay, maybe I can read it without having to do that. Yay! So, BBC has strongly denied accusations that it breached its own guidelines more than 1,500 times. I really did not want to find another link. It's not that I don't trust this link, but god damn it. I do think I got the copy paste down. Let me see if I can write it down so we can see it. Are you gonna let me? Or am I gonna have to Google this? Hey, I got it to work. All right, lovely. Oh, and you also at the same time are working now. Whatever. That's weird. BBC spokesman said, we have serious questions about the methodology of this report. Oh, fuck you. Okay, you know what? Microsoft Word, come on out. Let's go. Okay. Now then, the report alleges that some BBC correspondents had excused and downplayed Hamas activities while contributors used by the corporation were sympathetic to the group. The team analyzed coverage of 4 months of the aftermath of October 7th. Researchers found that Israel was associated with the term war crimes 4 more times and genocide over 14 more times than Hamas and BBC's coverage. Excuse me. Israel has committed more war crimes. Not that Hamas does not, like, Hamas does commit war crimes. However, they're not really war crimes. It's kind of just terrorism. Now I suppose they're war crimes because now they're at war. But Israel has committed infinitely more war crimes than Hamas has. Israel has killed like an exponential number more people than Hamas ever has. Also, Israel is responsible for the existence of Hamas because they've actually funded them, and we have fucking Yoav Gallant saying so 15 years ago of, oh yeah, we need Hamas because otherwise the Palestinians will coalesce into one Palestinian like government. We can't have that. Fuck them. And also, Israel was 14 times more likely to be related to the word genocide than Hamas. No shit, because Hamas isn't committing genocide. They're not. 1,200 Israelis is bad. Yes, that's horrible. It's murder. It's terrorism. It's not a genocide. But what Israel's doing objectively is. This is deeply worrying bias. Shut the fuck up. This is not bias. This is not good methodology. It's not bias towards Hamas, not Palestinians. Again, you have to frame, just like they conflate all Jews with Israel, they have to conflate all Palestinians with Hamas because Israel believes that every Palestinian is Hamas. So, you know, we don't think coverage can be assessed solely by counting particular words divorced from context. The broadcaster also said it believed its correspondents were achieving impartiality despite the highly complex and challenging and polarizing nature of the conflict. I actually kind of agree. BBC has been pretty neutral. In fact, they've probably been one of the more neutral because they will report on both sides. I mean, really, it is mostly Israel doing the shit now, so like there's really not much else to report. Most of Hamas is dead, and the leadership isn't even in the country. I think the point more so, Putin did what was in his power to protect Russia. I know it sounds very twisted, but he cares about Russia as a nation, as strong. Look, I know what color revolutions are, and I understand where you're coming from with this, but this is you're falling for Russian propaganda, mate. I get the argument that Putin is afraid of NATO expansion, which, I mean, we are expanding, although we're now only expanding faster because they invaded Ukraine. I understand that Russia has had this fear for generations of being invaded from the West, as there's not really any geography to stop invaders from coming in. That's how they kept getting invaded in the past. And so the idea of a buffer territory like Ukraine and what used to be the greater Soviet Union makes Russia feel more comfortable. However, no one's fucking invading Russia. It's just not gonna, it's psychotic to think that anyone is gonna invade Russia. And beyond that, I don't think Putin cares about his country, Captain. You know that, like, the average Russian citizen may not even have access, like, depending on where you live, you probably don't have access to plumbing in Russia. They live like it's medieval in a lot of places. Whereas in Moscow and St. Petersburg, people are living lavishly. It's the wealthy. Again, they don't care about the average people. They just care about, well, rich people, the oligarchs. I mean, the oligarchs are in charge. Hey, you, come here, Frank. I'm gonna say hi to my new friends. Say hi to the captain. Huh. Captain. This is Frank. He has one brain cell in his mind, and it is only thinking about food, isn't it? Huh. There you go. So yeah, this is what happens when Israel, oh, sorry, no, but I take that back. This is what happens when journalism is attacked so strongly and so consistently that now claims like this can be made, that it is that it is a bias of a news organization like the BBC for stating that for using the word genocide and war crimes more often in relation to Israel than Palestine is somehow considered a bias is solely a product of the propagandizing that we've done around this. There's nothing else that leads to that. All right, I think that kind of wraps up Israel for now. All right, I want to talk about AI. Said no one. I don't actually want to talk about AI. I hate AI, but we are going to talk about AI. I would argue that the conditions have gotten better since they have gotten better since the USSR. That's not incorrect, but look, Russians praising the changes they see, especially in Western Russia. I get why they would, because their lives are better, but compared to like the average person, even in Eastern Europe, like Belarus, let's just say, Lithuania, Latvia, all of these places have significantly higher standards of living and household income. Most Russians are dirt poor, and they don't really know any better because they can't get any media that shows them otherwise. I don't know. All right, I need to go to the bathroom and pee really quickly. But when I get back, we're going to talk about some AI stuff. I'll be real quick. Don't go anywhere, guys. Oh my goodness. Holy shit, I couldn't breathe. Right before I went in there, my cat went and took a shit in the litter box. Oh my god, it smells bad. Usually I just like cleaned it instantly, but you know, middle of stream and all that. Now, let's get to AI. The bane of human existence. So these are a bunch of different lawsuits. We're going to look at a couple of them regarding generative AI. But first, let's start with this one, actually. So this came out just yesterday. The AI industry uses light lobbying touch. I love the already biased language in this article. Light lobbying touch to educate Congress from a corporate perspective. Really, AP? Do better. Come on, you're the fucking AP. You're like my secondary source to Reuters. Oh, God, come on. The AI industry has gone on a lobbying binge in the past few years, deploying scores of hired influencers to help shape potential government action. Now, as AI evolves at such a rapid clip, lawmakers are leaning onto lobbyist expertise because think tanks, nonprofit groups, and academia are struggling to keep up with the minute-by-minute technological changes. This is a horrible development, but obviously exactly what they want. There's AI in fucking everything now, and it does nothing good. Relying on PowerPoint slides and briefing papers, AI industry lobbyists are getting lots of FaceTime with lawmakers and staffers, advising them on the ins and outs of the technology. Now, what they're actually trying to do here is a big issue that the AI industry has been facing is copyright. So AI we don't actually have something called artificial intelligence. What we do have are large language models, which are algorithms that absorb information, they learn from it, and then they reproduce information that is similar to said information that was originally put in. Now, again, machine learning, you have to train these things. But the way that they train AI is by feeding them copyrighted material. Often music, movies, YouTubers, it was a huge thing of thousands and thousands and thousands of YouTube videos from several hundred creators are being stolen and fed to AI to teach it to produce slop, mimic it. And this has been a huge issue for the industry, as you could imagine, there are a lot of people mad about their intellectual property being stolen by companies like Microsoft, OpenAI, IBM. We start off with this one. So this was earlier in the year. Music industry and record labels countered with $350 million lawsuits in assertive move. There have been over 25 copyright infringement lawsuits filed against the artificial intelligence companies from most corners of the creative industry. Groups that have sued include artists, authors, news publishers, among various other alleging mass theft of their copyrighted work to teach AI systems. And bias too. I know people say Perplexity is great perhaps for research, but I see the bias. You're absolutely correct. I can see uses for AI in very hyper specific, there's that one AI that everyone brings up whenever a discussion about that can detect cancer in human bodies. Sure, fine, that one's fine. That's not a large language model. That's not what we're talking about here. These are different things. Now, only companies from the music industry have united to bring claims that urgently seek to block AI firms from profiting off alleged infringement of their intellectual property. Trend continued. Now, the lawsuits filed in federal court in New York and Massachusetts. The labels led by Universal Music Group, Sony Music Entertainment, and Warner Music accuse Suno AI and Uncharted Labs Inc., the developers of Udio AI, of illegally powering their AI systems on massive troves of copyrighted recordings. They seek injunctions that could force the company to cease further infringement, which may include the destruction of models taught on their intellectual property. They're not going to win, although I really wish they would. This is not like just like a one industry type. This is across all industries, because what they want to do with AI, they want to teach it enough that it can get you out of your job. They don't want to pay you, because humans unionize. Humans, can't work 24/7. We're not slaves. We're not machines. They want to replace you. Now, are they going to? No, we're way too far off from being able to replace human workers with AI functionally. That doesn't work. In fact, most cases of AI only like company, like they're fake. Amazon Fresh, the store that you could just walk into and buy and like pick stuff up, and the AI would scan it for you and directly charge your account. More than half of those sales were being double checked by I think it was Filipino people, like so it was people in the Philippines just like sitting there double checking people's orders because the AI would get it wrong half the time. I might have the country wrong, might not be the Philippines. I think it was the general area. Now, here's one of the cases that I wanted to look at. So this is the Authors Guild versus OpenAI, and this is the first consolidated class action complaint, because there were several other complaints that were smaller from, you know, this is all of them put together for Alter versus OpenAI, I believe. Yeah, so the 3 separate cases brought by 3 different author groups have been consolidated into one single action against OpenAI. So that's what this is. And so the nature of the case, we're not going to read through the whole thing. Obviously, I just want to get through the key points that are being claimed here. So OpenAI and Microsoft have built a business valued into the tens of billions of dollars by taking the combined works of humanity without permission. Rather than pay for intellectual property, such as when a person buys a book, they choose to operate as if laws protecting copyright do not exist. The U.S. Constitution protects the fundamental principle of that creators, like authors, deserve compensation for their work, and the Copyright Act grants, quote, a bundle of exclusive rights to creators, including, quote, the right to reproduce the copyrighted work. This is from Andy Warhol, found for the Visual Arts, Inc. versus Goldsmith. Now, plaintiffs author a broad array of works of fiction and nonfiction, bring this under the Copyright Act, seeking to redress the defendant's flagrant and harmful infringement of the plaintiff's registered copyrights, which is very true. Defendants copied the plaintiff's works and then fed them into their large language models, algorithms designed to output human-seeming text responses to users' prompts and queries. These algorithms are at the heart of the defendant's massive commercial enterprise, and at the heart of the algorithm is a systemic theft on a massive scale. You can tell that this was written by an authors guild. Well done. Well, lawyers that work for an authors guild. So the defendant's LLMs endanger authors' ability to make a living in that the LLMs allow anyone to generate automatically and freely, or very cheaply, text that they would otherwise pay writers to create. Moreover, the LLM can spit out derivative works, materials that is based on, mimics, summarizes, or paraphrases the plaintiff's works, and harms the market for them without the plaintiff's copyright works on which to train the LLMs. Defendants would have no commercial product at all. Again, this is entirely true. ChatGPT would not work if they weren't stealing other people's stuff, their content, their writing, their videos, their music. All of this needs to be stolen, because think about how much money it would cost to license all of this. It's impossible. These companies could not exist if not for stealing. Specifically, defendants OpenAI and Microsoft collaborated closely to create and monetize the generative artificial intelligence models known as GPT-3, 3.5, and 4 Turbo. These are computer models that power the popular ChatGPT chatbot, which defendants have followed with a suite of commercial offerings like Enterprise Plus, Bing Chat, etc., etc., etc. The end product, a computer model, a chatbot built to mimic human written expression, came at a price. The defendants' models were trained in defendants' parlance by reproducing a massive corpus of copyrighted material, including, upon information and belief, tens or hundreds of thousands of fiction and nonfiction books. They stole tens to hundreds of thousands of books. Imagine how much time it took to write all of this, like all of these books that were stolen. You know, like you can see, I have, actually, you can't see because my camera is just a little bit lower now. You can see that I have the Game of Thrones books up on my shelf. I'm a big fan of George R. R. Martin and A Song of Ice and Fire. George R. R. Martin is one of the authors that has sued ChatGPT for copyright infringement. Now, just those alone are more than a decade and a half of effort by the author, of writing. A decade and a half that's just stolen like that, of work that this person's living, that they put their whole life into. And it can just get stolen, just like that. Now, this is the lawsuit. Let's see what Microsoft and OpenAI answer. So this is Microsoft's answer to the Authors Guild. Microsoft admits that it has built a business valued into tens of billions of dollars. The rest of paragraph 1 of the consolidated complaint states conclusions of law and arguments by plaintiff for which no response is required. Microsoft admits that the plaintiffs are authors and that they brought this action together. They admit to, these people are authors, and they are claiming that it is the Copyright Act. Microsoft denies the remaining allegations in paragraph 2. Denied. Microsoft admits that it built and operates Azure hosting platform with OpenAI. Admits some of its products use one or more of OpenAI's LLMs. Microsoft denies the remaining set of allegations. Oh yeah, and that the LLMs can generate and mimic human written responses. Microsoft admits Fred von Lohmann submitted a response to notice of inquiry and request for comment from the U.S. Copyright Office on October 30th, 2023. Microsoft lacks knowledge or information sufficient to form a belief about the particulars of training OpenAI's models, and on the basis denies those allegations. That's fucking horseshit. Microsoft lacks knowledge and information sufficient to form a belief about the particulars of training LLMs. So you form a partnership with a company whose sole product is an LLM, yet you have no information or knowledge sufficient enough to form a belief about the particulars of training one? That's the claim that this is the claim that they're making? That is the most open and ridiculous lie. That should just get thrown out in court. I don't know. Microsoft lacks knowledge or information sufficient to form a belief about the particulars of training OpenAI models. Paragraph 7 is argument by plaintiff for which no response is required. Yes, sure. Microsoft admits that Sam Altman testified before Congress and that Mr. Altman's responses are provided at this website. Microsoft further admits that the transcript of the testimony is available, denies the remaining allegations. So essentially, Microsoft denies literally everything except for the incontrovertible, basis of facts of these people are authors, this is why they're suing us, this person did say this, but everything else we deny and we don't know anything about. Let's see what OpenAI has for its responses to the Authors Guild. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Huh? Well, what is it that you think you're doing? Huh? Sorry, cat. ADHD, get distracted by cats very easily. Nature of the case. Denied. OpenAI admits that it's an independent company, that it's entered into a strategic partnership with Microsoft, and we have these products. Denies remaining allegations. Extensive allegations in this paragraph purport a quote from portions of a publicly available comment. The full text of the comment speaks for itself. To the extent that the allegations in this paragraph purport to summarize the... Hey, you can't be up there. Oh my goodness, you're gonna knock my shit over. Down from there. You're distracting me. You know I have to talk, right? Yeah, okay, go sit in the box. OpenAI denies any remaining allegations. Denied. Obviously, they will take no... What the fuck, man? Frank. Alright, you know what? Now you go into timeout. Now you have to say hi to everybody again. Hello. This is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and he is an asshole. Knocking all of my papers down. Let's try this again. Yeah, so okay. OpenAI denies literally everything. Why is this being... Okay, cool. This is a different one. So this is the Center for Investigative Reporting versus OpenAI. This is a different lawsuit. Independent nonprofit news... Ow! 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 Frank, the fuck? Saw these dangling and tried to get them and got me instead. What am I going to do with this cat? Independent nonprofit news reporting is critical and unique. Damn it, Frank, that's absolutely true. Yeah, I'm banning this cat. I actually might, if he keeps this up, I might actually have to kick him out of the room. Unique voice in the United States media landscape. Founded in 1973, CIR is the oldest nonprofit newsroom in the country. CIR's sole purpose is to benefit the public by reporting investigative stories about underrepresented voices in our democracy. They've won awards, obviously. To sustain itself today's notoriously challenging media market, CIR has worked especially hard to survive while continuing to tell stories that are usually untold and left unseen. CIR has developed new ways to gain revenue for its reporting, including license, advertising, affiliate revenue, etc., etc. The defendants are companies responsible for the creation and development of highly lucrative ChatGPT and Copilot AI products, which are built on uncompensated and unauthorized use of the creative works of humans. According to the award-winning website CopyLeaks, nearly 60% of the responses provided by the defendant's GPT 3.5 product contains some form of plagiarized content. 60% contain some form of plagiarized content. Of the responses provided by the defendant's GPT 3.5, over 45% contain text that was identical to pre-existing content. Identical. 45%. That's about half, guys. It is so very clear that they are stealing this stuff from everybody. I mean, they're probably stealing my video right now and training AI on it. Right now, this video that's being streamed, some AI is probably going to watch it in like an hour. These systems, LLMs that power them, are trained using human works. In particular, AI systems and LLMs ingest the use of human-made journalism to attempt to mimic how humans write and speak in an effort to compete for the attention of consumers to generate profits. These training sets have also included hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of works of journalism, including works created by CIR. Another side effect of this is that these AI are then used to create bot networks that can speak in a way that mimics humans and is difficult to recognize as a bot, but B, also educated on political stuff enough and that they can be programmed to have specific positions and still not seem like bots. Defendants copied, used, and abridged, displayed CIR's valuable content without permission, obviously. At the same time, they greatly benefit from the stuff that they steal, including the homogeneous data set. Defendants' large language models would be stunted in growth and power. Their success depends on content creators like CIR and other members of the news media that are unique in their style and voice. Protecting these unique voices is one of the fundamental purposes of copyright law. You know, this is a pretty good complaint on behalf of these journalists. There are so many instances and a lot of these are recent, you know. We looked at Alter v. OpenAI. There's Anderson versus Stability AI, Concord Music Group. Another thing that didn't get mentioned in the music industry one that I was surprised about is the amount of AI music that's on Spotify right now. In fact, let me pull up, I think there's a clip of the CEO of Spotify admitting to that. They often create AI music that sounds like normal, like people made it, and then you know how Spotify gives you those recommended playlists to listen to? It adds them into that. There are playlists all over Spotify that consist of only AI music. And there's also playlists on Spotify that just have AI music snuck into them. Look up 10 drunk cigarettes. Don't play it on stream because copyright, but oh my god. I'll put it in my docket to look at after stream, Sweetie Pete. What was it? What was it again? 10 drunk cigarettes. Okay, sounds interesting. Just type that out before I forget that it exists. Any source, YouTube, give me the video of. I can't find the video. They clearly took it down, but there is news articles about it. Either way, there is AI music on Spotify. In fact, here we go. Here's this just from 2023. This is on BBC. Spotify will not ban AI-made music, says the boss. Boss of Spotify says he has no plans to completely ban content created by AI. Earlier this year, the platform pulled a track featuring AI-cloned voices of the performers Drake and The Weeknd. He said using AI music was likely to be debated for many, many years. Mr. Eck, who really rarely speaks to the media, said he saw 3 buckets of AI use. They don't have an issue with it. I mean, of course they don't have an issue with it because they need more music on Spotify for you to spend more time on Spotify so they can make more money off of you. You know, they tried to get into, Spotify is just kind of like a fuck company. They tried to get into podcasting, hasn't really worked out for them all that great. I don't know. Well, funny enough, that actually concludes all of the links that I had prepared for stream today. Yeah, no, Spotify has been making losses for quite a while because they're bad at their job. Not only is it difficult to profit when you have to license all of this music, which they do, which is why they like AI music so much, because it doesn't require them to license it. They also have to pay, you know, the artists, and Spotify makes money entirely based on a small amount of ad revenue, but mostly Spotify Premium subscriptions, because a lot of people pay for Spotify Premium. It's one of the few that you can objectively say is probably worth paying for if you listen to a lot of music. You don't want ads every 5 seconds. They spent a lot of money trying to blow up their podcasting scene to try and make up for their loss in revenue, and they didn't succeed in that. They you know, there's a bunch of conservative grifters that have Spotify podcasts. And that's kind of the only thing, like, podcast that anyone gives a shit about on Spotify is just the right-wing grifters. They're not. I'm a little scared that they're gonna like just go belly up one day, because I have all my music on Spotify. I really should like make a list of songs that I like in case Spotify just disappears. Also, music just disappears off Spotify all the time because they don't pay for the license. It's probably not a bad idea to make a little backup of songs I actually want to have access to in the future. All right, I guess 6 hours of talking was all my my throat could take today. Thank you all for tuning in. I had a really fun stream today. And all of my new friends, Captain, you have been really fun to talk to. I definitely look forward to seeing more of you and hearing more from you. I'll reach out to you on Discord in a little bit, and we can have a chat about was it network growth? Yeah, that was the word. I'm so tired. We'll probably chat more tomorrow because it is like nearly midnight and I'm exhausted. But again, thanks for all of you for tuning in. I will be again live streaming the Kamala Harris Donald Trump debate Tuesday at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, or sorry, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and it'll be Wednesday for all my Aussies. Thanks, Sweetie Pea. Very much appreciate the stroking of my ego. All right, well, I hope you all have a wonderful day, and